microphone is on. Hello. Abrupt end to the music. I'm setting up a discussion about the genocide. Oh boy. I'm not gonna touch the glasses. I'm a dummy, okay? I'm a dummy. Repeat after me. Any art recommendations today? Yes. Lucy with broken glasses saying, I am a dummy. Repeat after me. Lucy is a dummy. Lucy Hazet is a dummy. Lucy is a dummy. Repeat after me. Lucy is a dummy. I destroyed my glasses. Again. Yes. I destroyed my glasses again. Again. My glasses are only holding by tape and prayer right now. So pray with me that the glass does not fall off, okay? Till the end of the stream at least. But the good news is that they're gonna fix it for free. I didn't break them. There's a thing here when there's a little screw and it got loosened because I sat on the glasses like a dummy. So it loosened. So if I take it to a place, they will screw it back in for free. But the problem is that the place might be... I taped it, yes. I did tape it. That's why it holds now. So I can take it to the glasses place and they will screw it in for free. But it won't be open tomorrow, so I have to wait till Monday or something. What about trying new styles? If cost weren't an issue, would you? If cost weren't an issue, then I would try different styles. But the cost is absolutely an issue. Especially since I need to buy some other things now. Oh, God. You know? My testosterone blockers have become more expensive, for example. Oh my God, please don't fall. You will be able to tell once the glass falls off. Boop. So, donate. That's the only way to help me. Donate and, you know. Hello, Gabriel Cinemajig. I'm a dummy. Did you know this about me? So yes, I have to be very, very careful today. Yeah, they cost like $25 now. I was like, what? Because I don't have the insurance. I have to talk to my friend about maybe getting insurance through his company because then the medicine would be cheaper. The blocker, which I will have to take in an hour. But I'm paying full price now, and the full price is like $25. I probably shouldn't donate, sorry. Plus, I donated already recently to Anastasia. I need money. Oh, Anastasia. Nice. Anastasia needs donations for equipment. Hello, Clue. Hello, hello. So I cannot be mad at you for donating to Anastasia. That's the last thing that I would do. If money wasn't an issue, I'd just pump the money into Ukrainian related causes. Ukraine. We're gonna watch a thing. That's what we have a few topics for today. We have some Ukrainian topics as well today. It's gonna be exciting. This is gonna be so exciting. A good stream. It's gonna be the best stream you've ever seen, I hope. I hope you're gonna be excited. And I hope you're gonna be what's it called? Incentivized to donate. But for now, let us watch. The Demon Mama thing went on for like 4 more hours. What were they talking about for 4 more hours? Jesus. Were they debating something for 4 more hours or just talking friendly? Damn. God damn. This is like a marathon. I'm not sure if I'd be able to talk this much. Where's the bird milk? Transgenocide? Wait, but I saw the transgenocide part. We were in for the transgenocide. What did they return to the topic of transgenocide later when I left? Did they just return to it? They spoke a lot about transgenocide when I was watching. I even commented on it a lot. I raged about it. Remember? My glasses are so crooked, it's funny. My glasses are so crooked that it's funny. It's cute how my glasses are so crooked. Like little crooks. It's okay for okay buddy cool file. LOL Cow podcast is done. Not clickbait, I think. Why does this clown have so many viewers? Ben Shapiro debates destiny and relationships. It was much more than relationships, but you were too lazy to watch the whole thing. True, not clickbait, I think. I wanna watch our favorite. Oh yeah. I wanna watch this. Old school SJW convinces Destiny to embrace anti-Semitism. What an amazing title. I love this. I actually have a few nice topics today. I'm gonna set the stage. Crooked Lucy, that's what they're calling her. Maybe people are saying that, believe me. True. Crooked Lucy. Listen, today is the memory day of Holocaust victims. That's why I decided to stream today, because today is the memory day of the Holocaust victims. So of course I would stream, you know? We're gonna talk about it. We're gonna talk about the Holocaust. There's like, understandably so, there's like an infinite amount of literature about the Holocaust in Poland. It's like a very, very explored topic in Poland, understandably so. And we're gonna be like, you know, we're gonna be talking about this whole thing today. Is that president having another weird fixation of a person that was mean to him when he was a Christian gamer gator? I don't know. Is Destiny that person? I think it's a jab at Destiny more than Katie, but I do know Katie. I've talked to Katie once before. So we'll see what this is all about. Yeah, that's Katie. That's a really nice thumbnail.
And then you can tell me how wrong.
I clicked here. I always click in the middle to see what the thing is about. I mean the other person. Well, there's only two people, Destiny and Katie. I think she's pro-Zionism. That would be very surprising. That would be very weird, considering that she argues that Jewish culture does not exist. I had a whole conversation with Katie about, on stream, believe it or not on this stream. I went to a different stream once to have a conversation with Katie about Jewish culture. I was the defender of the position that Jewish culture very much exists. She was the defender of the position that Jewish culture very much is a non-existent thing, basically. Which to me is an indefensible position. So we had that conversation. It wasn't a debate, it was just a conversation, just so it's clear it wasn't some sort of debate. So there was no super tension going on.
So this is Katie confronting. Y'all remember Katie, right? She's the weirdo who drinks a 2-liter Coke every single stream. Got dreadlocks immediately as soon as she had an all-black panel, and was like sexually harassing food shops on stream a little while ago. This one, this.
Oh yeah, Katie did a weird thing with food shops some time ago. Oh my god, that was Katie. Oh my god. Oh no. That was so creepy. Jewish people have their own traditions, foods, holidays, language. How it is not a culture so incredibly stupid. I mean, Katie's position was that since the so-called Jewish culture stems from Judaism, then basically the whole quote-unquote culture is moot because we should get rid of religion and including Judaism altogether. And my argument is that Jewish culture and Jewishness goes far beyond the rest, sort of the confines of Judaism. You know? My sort of argument is that it goes beyond that it's a far more complex thing. you know? And she spoke of it from the position of a from a position of an Israeli citizen, and I'm speaking about it from the position of a person in the diaspora. You know, a person can be non-religious and also Jewish, right? Yes, of course. Yeah, correct. That's right. Secular Jewish people existed for a long time. But Jewish culture does not stem from Judaism. Judaism stems from Jewish culture. Judaism is an amalgam of pre-existing Jewish polytheism. That is true. That is true. You're so mean, Gabrielle. That is true. Actually, it wasn't polytheism, Kitten E. It was something else. I really forgot the name. But it was almost polytheism. There's a very specific name with there's a god on top, and then there is a whole pantheon that's sort of a level below, if that makes sense. And it has a specific name that's not polytheism, but it's something. I have to find that whole video, and the name was said there. It's a very specific thing, and when there's this big daddy figure of a god who presides over all the gods below. So there's one special god and all the gods that are sort of under. It's not called. Maybe. I have to check. Exactly, I completely agree with you. I'm glad you spoke against Katie. Judaism is not polytheistic. It isn't now. But it sort of stemmed from something that used to be sort of it's complicated. It goes into ancient history and the kingdom of Israel and also Judea. It's all very complicated history. If Judaism can be found on genetic testing, it's more than a religion. No. Judaism as we know it now is monotheistic, but I'm talking about what came before Judaism. If that makes sense. I'm talking about the thing before Judaism as we know it now. I'm not misinformed. We've watched a scholarly video on the history of the origins of Judaism on this stream. And it speaks of the religion that was before Judaism, if that makes sense. Because there was a religion before Judaism. I'm not even sure how to call it. Judaism became monotheistic like I'm not sure if it's the first, but I know it became monotheistic near the beginning of our era. Oh, okay. Oh, sorry. Sometimes there's a bit of a delay and I can sort of, misinterpret what people are saying in the chat. So if I misinterpret, then I apologize. I will have to. But yes, there is we did a whole segment on the origins of Judaism as we know it today. It's a very interesting story. It's a very interesting story. And also, I said it once before. I have the only translation of the Torah to Polish by a famous rabbi who was the rabbi of the Great Synagogue in Warsaw, and a linguist and a great scholar. And he basically explained the Torah as um, is it worth discussing Judaism and polytheism? Seems like moot point to argue not a unique culture. It is a moot point. I mean, this point is not exactly related. It's just interesting if you're interested in the history. It's not really related. But there's also the fact that the Torah is described as by that famous rabbi who translated the Torah to Polish as an instruction book for the people, for the Jewish people, on how to survive in a pretty hostile world, and that the Torah is broken down into three parts. The first one is the history, because a people need a history in order to sort of have a uniting factor. The second is a collection of laws, because a people need a set of rules to go by and to be able to sort of keep a sort of coherence to it. And then lastly, the prophecies, or rather what the people can look forward to, if that makes sense. So the rabbi explained that basically you can view the Torah in such a way, you know? And yes, that is what I described. It was complicated because the ruling family sort of would choose a Patreon god, and that Patreon god would legitimize the royal family's rule through the fact that all the people in the kingdom would worship that particular god. But since that particular god would be the Patreon god of the royal family, automatically, by subscribing to worshipping that particular god, the people would also subscribe to worshipping and accepting the rule of that particular royal family. So it was a very intertwined and political thing in the ancient kingdoms in Palestine. Does that make sense? It was a very much a political sort of instrument. The so-called Patreon gods of kingdoms. Okay, let's go. Let's watch President Sunday.
This weirdo. She's apparently Hassan's best defender.
But yes, this like Katie was very weird with food shops. I saw a clip when food shops was talking how she wants to be sexual with food shops, and it's why do those things have to be discussed in public in the first place? That always feels so strange to me. Why can't people do their relationship or whatever things in private? Why can't people do those things in private rather than public? I will never understand that. Why do people feel the need to make a spectacle of their intimacy? I will never understand. There's no way I will ever understand that. Yeah, in that regard, definitely.
come on to defend Hassan against Destiny for whatever reason. Sorry there's so much Destiny this stream. It's just that's where all the weirdos get sucked in like a bathtub drain.
Bathtub drain. Destiny stream.
Why is it racist to call him a Hamas piker? You mean with the fact that you have like pictures of him with the Hamas band and everything?
Yes.
Oh, because you wouldn't do that to a white person. It's
I didn't bring enough alcohol for this.
very
I don't drink much. What is your eye color? Green. My eye color is green, which is supposedly the rarest eye color in the world. Green is supposedly the rarest eye color in the world. The rarest eye color.
convenient that he's
Poor
brown,
Katie. No, she's making her bed.
that he's
Okay, we
not
literally
really
spent.
white.
We can't even Photoshop Bad Bunny because you can't Photoshop her to look dumber than she already does. But like,
Thank you, Gabsty1989, for the 25 RON. Squid Gang, Gang Gang, Meow, Squid Ink, so good, slurp, slurp. Yeah, yeah. Exactly. We're 50 away, friends. 50 away.
why would you assume that we wouldn't do that to a white person? You understand that, like, if you really
Hassan does not support Hamas, doesn't he? I'm pretty sure he does. I'm pretty sure he did, didn't he? I don't know. With Hassan, I'm never sure of Hassan. Hassan has had so many bad takes recently that I don't even know what his deal is anymore. I don't even know anymore.
want to call me racist, you know I went through like a whole year arc where I literally was just racist to white people because of how mad they got, right? Like there was a whole time on Twitter where my number one go-to response when I was fighting with conservatives was literally like, bro, you're white. And people would get...
Wait, why has Katie's accent changed? Her accent hasn't changed. She always sounds like this. Maybe I'm not paying attention.
No, he didn't. Well, that's racist then. Okay. I'm just biased against Hassan, but maybe I should check my biases. He whitewashed his friend's defense of Hamas. Second thought. So he does! By proxy. Thank you.
I thought... I don't think she sounded any different.
incensed about it. Why
Basically, second thought is Hamas's shoe on head. I agree he did, as many seems to support them still.
would you
Yeah.
assume that I don't know where
Well,
this
that's
assumption
because you
comes from
think-
that I
That's
wouldn't...
because you think it can be racist to white people. Oh my god, this is gonna get
Okay,
so
okay,
bad.
you know what? Look, this is making fun of her, but you know what? She's looking better. It's not a bad look.
It is actually a pretty good look. It's a pretty nice photo. That is actually a pretty good look. Not gonna lie. Does Vosh support fascism then? I don't know. Does he? Lucy's not a dummy. Also big events. I am a bit today because I ruined my glasses, but thank you. If anyone wants to support Lucy by donating a bit of money, then I would be so thankful. Yeah, she looks hot. Coke is bad for you. Don't drink it too much of it. Oh, thanks, Dad. Thank you, Dad. Thank you, Father. I understand, Father. I will not. Thanks.
The Coke is unhealthy. Stop doing it. You're gonna rot your tooth. You're gonna end up like Wick. Don't do that. But the hair, that's good. That's not terrible.
Hi, what's up?
Sorry about that.
Didn't Vosh sort of cut out Shuwon head at this point?
Yeah, I left a long time ago. It was before you. It was when we said we'd talk privately, and then we did, and I left the Discord after that. So.
Okay. Well, what's up?
Yeah. So here's the thing, right? I saw this clip of you going, "Yes, I'm Islamophobic. I hate all religions. I'm Islamophobic," right? I assume you kind of stand by that.
Sure. Do you want me to speed run this whole argument real quick, and then you can tell me if I'm missing something?
Sure.
Okay. You're gonna say, "Are you actually Islamophobic?" And I'll say, "Well, yeah, I'm Islamophobic because I'm an atheist and I really don't like I don't like a lot of organized religions." And then you're gonna say, "Okay, sure, but you understand that Islamophobic generally carries a lot of connotations along with it that have to do with discrimination, racism, and oppression of other countries. That doesn't necessarily
Coke doesn't rock teeth. It absolutely does. If you're drinking it constantly and not brushing your teeth afterwards, that sugar is going to stick there. It's going to feed the bacteria. They're going to... not good for you.
tie
True.
to the
That's why I'm
religious
using
beliefs,
a
but it has
straw.
more to do with either like competing geopolitical interests, or it has to do with just like hating some people because of xenophobic reasons. Like,
She's a kid. She's not a kid. She's like my age.
okay, sure, I guess maybe. And then they're gonna say, well, in that case, don't you think you shouldn't say that you're Islamophobic, but maybe you should just say you're an atheist that detests the religion, but you kind of like disavow Islamophobia because it's been used to justify, like racially motivated attacks and dumb foreign policy decisions sometimes, blah blah blah. Is this like the conversation basically?
No, not at all.
Oh, cool. Okay, all right. In that case, I am Islamophobic. What do you want to talk about?
Okay, good. Yeah, so after you sped run that, I think it's very obvious why you say you're Islamophobic, because it's edgy, it's cool, it makes you feel like you stick it up to the Muslims.
Kind of. Wait, actually, not as much that. So,
Okay.
yeah. Oh, cool. We're both speedrunning arguments the other's not making. I like it. Okay, so here's
Oh my god, what a funny. The Gondorad looks like a chess master, I know. He does play chess sometimes on stream.
that might be a part of it. Okay, I am white. I am American. We like to be edgy. But it has more to do with this idea that
Oh boy.
do you live in Israel?
Oh boy.
I forgot.
I think she does.
I am not currently in it.
Okay, that's fine. Doesn't matter. Okay, it's not that relevant. And so in the West, in America, we have a lot of strong feelings about xenophobia and racism and anti-whateverisms, all these things, as long as it comes from white people, but we have no tools to criticize minorities when you're progressive, because they just don't, for a variety of dumb reasons. One of the things I don't like is, in a lot of ways, Islam and the tenets of Islam and the people that practice and follow Islam and the way they conduct the country is horrible. And I don't like the fact that they kind of get a free pass because they're brown or oppressed. And so sometimes I feel like
I get a free pass because I'm Lucy. I can do whatever I want. I can be like a duckist, birdist, or whatever, and I get a free pass because I just can do whatever I want. Plus, there are not too many people watching me, so I can double do whatever I want. I just want to... Okay, never mind. Maybe I should be quiet. Maybe I should be quiet on that one. Okay, shh, I'll be quiet. Something might happen if I speak too much. Cars always stop in the road when ducks cross. That is good. Quack. Destiny is wrong here. The Western world has all the tools and it does criticize non-white cultures all the time. I mean, that is true. That is actually the entire point. Actually, that is if you think about it, that is the entire point, that the Western world was so disproportionately criticizing non-white cultures that it spiraled into outright racism and supremacy. That's sort of the whole point, that the cultures were so quote unquote criticized that they were deemed inferior, in fact. You know? If you can call that criticism, though. Every Murdoch baked media doing the criticism of non-whites. He's an idiot at this point. Like, they banning Muslims, they treat refugees like non-humans. God, I despise this subject so much. They call them invaders all the time. Yes, yes, they do. And that is a very... God, should we get into it? Should we get into this now? Can we get into this now? I send you a screenshot, right? Have you seen the screenshot that I... More than supremacy, complete slavery. I mean, that is a result of supremacy, right? Slavery is a result of supremacy. In fact, the supremacy logic is the justification, is like the pretense to enact slavery, right? That was the whole colonial idea of the race wars, that when two races occupy a single area, there can only be either subjugation, one group can only subjugate the other, or they can destroy it. Those were the two options and nothing in between. And that was the doctrine of the German Empire. They decided that if they cannot subjugate the Herero and Nama people, then they need to be wiped out. And so they did. They enacted a genocide before World War I in southwestern Africa. So the refugee and immigration policy in the US and in Europe is abysmal. The way these things are discussed are abysmal. The way these things, people are treated, is abysmal. And I've been actually introduced to a very interesting stat just today. Okay? I want to show it to everybody right now. This is going to be this is not going to be a purely React thing. We're gonna go for the educational element. All right? We're gonna try to get some education in. How does that sound? Oh God. Gonna try to get some education in here. Gonna discuss immigration and it's one of the reasons for slavery, exactly. One of the primary reasons. And I mean, not reasons, justifications. The main reasons for slavery is to fuel economy with free labor. That's the reason for slavery. But the justification is, in fact, the whole supremacy thing and war of races. So the number of foreigners in Poland's social insurance system rose 6% in 2023 to reach 1.13 million immigrants now. Immigrants now make up almost 7% of all those in the system. The largest increases were recorded by Belarusians, Ukrainians, Indians, Colombians, and Nepalis. I'm gonna go into the article. The number of foreigners registered in Poland's social insurance system, known as ZUS, rose 6% last year to reach 1,013,000 people. Immigrants now make up almost 7% of all those in the system, which means, because this system is on its last legs, you know, it does not have enough people working to sort of sustain it, if that makes sense, you know? And the thing is that Poland actually desperately needs to bring in immigrant workers in order to fuel this system, in order to older people to be able to get their retirement money. You know? Does that make sense? The national groups that saw the largest rise in numbers in 2023 were Belarusians and Ukrainians. They were followed by Indians, Colombians, Nepalese, Filipinos, Uzbeks, Turks, Bangladeshis, and Indonesians. And I'm pretty sure there were also... Poland was, for a long time, a country of emigration, with Poles heading west in search of better opportunities, mainly England. But over the last decade, the country has experienced immigration on a scale that is unprecedented in its history and is among the highest in Europe, which is very interesting because on one hand, the fascistic government tried to fearmonger about refugees, killing them on the Polish-Belarusian border, which I will look into and we will see if that whole thing is ongoing still or not. And the whole visa scandal where people were pushed over the border as illegal sort of undesirables. But then the people that were pushed out as people not deemed fit to enter the country could pay $5,000, give or take, in order to get a visa and get in via shady companies that the government had set up. Get it? You can't enter this country. Get out. But now that we've thrown you out, you can pay $5,000 and actually we like you now. And that whole thing was horrible because technically speaking, it's a working visa and the people were supposed to have a job guaranteed when they entered the country. But because it was done by shady companies, people would arrive in the country and the employer that was supposed to give them a job was nowhere to be found, and they were just left on their own. And the whole visa thing was based on the person giving them the work, on the companies giving them the work. That is the whole deal, right? You get a working visa, you have a company that sort of brings you in to give you a job, but then the people would pay for the visa, go into the country, and there would be no job. Or people would pay a horribly huge amount of money in small fees in order to get to the queue for the visa, which would amount to $5,000. And then they would not get the visa anyway after spending all that money. It was a horrible scandal. And it was done in the cooperation with the Belarusian border government, which made it even more ridiculous, the whole fear-mongering about the hybrid war from Belarus. This sounds like some sort of strange trafficking thing. I mean, it's not far off. It wasn't super far off. So that was a super, And at the same time, there was a huge influx of actual immigrants, legal immigrants, one among the biggest in Europe. For the last 6 years running, Poland has issued more first residence permits to immigrants from outside the European Union than any other member state. The number of foreign workers registered in ZUS has risen around sixfold since 2015, when it stood at less than 200,000 among the 1.13 million registered by the end of 2023, around two-thirds. 759,387 are from Ukraine and just over 1 in 10 are from Belarus. The next largest groups are Georgians, Indians, Moldovans, Russians, and Vietnamese. There's a pretty big Vietnamese community in Poland, which I am familiar with because two of my best friends in the world are Vietnamese. I've known them since primary school. However, Georgians and Russians were the national groups that saw the largest fall in numbers last year, with 1,166 and 1,017 fewer of them respectively, since Russia's invasion of Ukraine in 2022 and resultant sanctions. It has been much harder for Russians to live and work in Poland. In a report released last year, ZUS estimated that in order to maintain its current ratio of working age population to retirees, Poland would need to attract almost 2 million immigrant workers over the next decade. Oh, yeah. Well, apparently, it's funny you say that because apparently the GOP does not understand that. Apparently, the grand old party does not understand that with their whole border thing. You know? It is not something that the GOP understands. So there you go. Largest groups other than Ukrainians and Belarusians registered in Poland's social insurance fund in 2023. Georgians, Indians, Moldovians, Russians, Vietnamese, and also, I'm going to tell you something interesting. In the US, if you're not born in the US, you cannot be president. You cannot run for president, right? And in Poland, to run for president, you need to be eligible to vote and be of certain age, which means that technically speaking, any foreigner who comes to Poland, lives in Poland long enough to get a citizenship, would be eligible to run for president in Poland. You know? All you need to do is be a citizen or become a citizen during your lifetime. Because then, once you're a citizen, you receive a Polish ID, you're eligible to vote, so you're also eligible to run for office, any office. Isn't that interesting? Isn't that interesting? Cheng's trying to figure that out right now for us. You're gonna vote Cheng Yuger. During last year's campaign for the October parliamentary elections, immigration became a central issue, with both the then ruling Law and Justice Peace Party and the main opposition led by Donald Tusk accusing one another of being too soft on the subject. Tusk argued that Peace proclaimed anti-immigration stance was hypocritical, given that during its 8 years in power it had overseen record levels of immigration. He also pointed to a corruption scandal in the visa system. I already mentioned that. I already gave you a brief sort of explanation of the visa scandal that had apparently allowed some migrants to pay to skip the queue. That's a very mild description of what happened in the visa scandal. Peace, however, argued that while it had allowed improperly vetted economic immigrants, it had defended Poland's borders from illegal immigration. It claimed that the pro-EU Tusk would allow Brussels to relocate asylum seekers to Poland from other member states. And also, I think when it comes to refugees, the best policy would be to give them systemic solutions so that they can integrate and become legal immigrants and just sort of fuel the economy as well. That would be the best solution. I'm not sure why countries are so allergic to refugees, to treat them people like people. But, you know, maybe I'm just too silly. The election saw PiS lose its parliamentary majority, and in mid-December, a new coalition government was formed led by Tusk. Earlier this month, the new prime minister declared that his administration will not accept a single migrant under the EU's proposed relocation mechanism, which is like whatever. Like, illegal does so much work here. Illegal does so much work to sort of stigmatize people, you know? Illegal basically in many cases means not human. Illegal just is, you might as well just replace illegal immigrants with non-human immigrants. By the way, this is the same in Hungary. Orban regime seen a record level of immigration, but the system also being exploitative. Yeah. You know? I really think we should do a lot of segments regarding the so-called illegal immigration, because it's such a huge tool to dehumanize people, to turn them into non-agents, to turn them into, I don't even know how to describe it. Like, the dehumanizing language that is used around the so-called illegal immigrants is just unbelievable. You know? I don't think immigrants are generally very violent. The answer is because you can exploit people if treated as less. Well, that's true, but that is a thing that people like us should rally against, right? Vosh has a hot take about Polish people, but you can watch it after the segment. Oh my god, Vosh is such a traitor to his own people. Vosh is such a traitor. Oh my god. What's happening, Vosh? What are you... What? Vosh? Come on. Come on, Vosh. Illegal and economic immigrants both are terms that makes little sense. Yeah. As every migrant is an economical migrant. I mean, yeah. That's right. But the economic immigrant is a thing that is supposed to... There's... The economic immigrant meaning is supposed to be the immigrants that are coming here to steal your jobs. That is the meaning behind economic immigrant. You know? That is basically what is being packed into the term economic immigrant. The immigrant that is coming for your job. Send the winged hussars after Vosh. Travel for a better life in all cases, so every immigrant can be stated as an economic immigrant. Yeah, but that's another term that is basically weaponized against people, because as I said, the term basically means the immigrant that is coming for your job, is gonna steal your job. What is this? I'm gonna view it now. Reddit. Of course, we should rally against exploitation. I do believe that. Oh, thank goodness.
The polls were created by the devil to make you doomer, okay? Do not ignore them. They are the devil's work. Do not believe them. They were created by Moloch as part of his grand design to weave a sinister world. You will not fall for them. Okay, you will remain diligent and Christ-like. You will keep Christ in your heart. He will be your shield against these lies. I want you to pray every time you see a poll.
You're a partial pole. Oh my god, Vaush, you're a partial pole. Okay, whatever. This thing really had become right-wing conservative. Yeah. Okay, let's continue with this. I'm gonna remind you that this is where this all started. We had been against it. Many people in 2000s criticized its usage. Yeah, because the usage is very transparent and not at all subtle. It's never used in any other context than to say these people are coming here to steal your jobs. Like I've never seen it used in any other context because that is basically what the term exists for fear mongering against people, the other, which is basically a nonsensical argument if you think about it for 5 seconds. Because who cares if someone, like, let's say you apply for a job, yes? And you don't get the job and somebody else gets it. Who cares if that somebody was born here or not? It's basically the same. In reality, it's the same. If you don't get a job, you didn't get the job for whatever reason, but it's not the other the person's fault that did get the job. Be they from this country or from some other country, you know? It's not exactly, in my opinion, how that works.
Treated with kids gloves, and I don't like that. I do think that a lot of Islamic culture in broad ways and in narrow ways is dog shit, and I think that people shouldn't feel bad, especially in Western liberal countries, as taking a stand against that. I think it's okay to say that I don't really like the religion of Islam, while still also saying you can practice it, everything here, but there's not going to be a fucking caliphate or any bullshit like that going on. Yeah,
Caliphate.
yeah, they basically.
Caliphate. Wait, did he pronounce it in a Polish way? Caliphate?
Caliphate or any bullshit
Oh,
like that.
caliphate. What's a caliphate? Caliphate. It's the same unless you're an entitled racist, Lucy. I mean, it is the same. It's just people getting a job, you know?
Going on. Still also saying you can practice it,
Caliphate.
everything here, but there's not going to be a fucking caliphate or any.
Caliphate. I've never said. Wow, I've never heard such a pronunciation of the word caliphate.
Bullshit like that going on. Yeah,
Caliphate.
yeah, they basically. So far, speaking.
In Polish, it's caliphate.
So okay, good. So
Caliphate.
my thing is basically that I think that you do have you cover it. You say you're Islamophobic, which means that, let's be honest, you both just have an actual bone to pick with Islam specifically, and you say, "Oh, I'm an atheist. I hate all religions."
Yep.
But you have a specific disdain for Islam, probably because you feel like.
Excuse me, Sunday. This guy has read more Arab wiki than you ever will, so I think he.
I think. What kitten he said about the Muslim community in the U.S. Basically, on average, more secular than a lot of people actually.
Knows how to pronounce caliphate. Sorry, caliphate. We're calling it the caliphate from now on.
Oh my god.
It's
Fight.
extra safeguarded
Fight for your
compared
caliphate.
to other religions. Is that fair?
That's fair.
Um,
Is this fair?
I mean, right
It
now.
better not be too Oh, you're eating on stream. I better not be too animated, or my glasses might fall off. My lens. That would be tragic.
Oh, at this particular point in time, maybe. But
Bon appetit,
and I'm
President
not going to do the
Sunday.
Jordan Peterson. Have you watched all 12?
I mean, like
hours?
among like
Among
college
Us.
students, you're going to get more pushback for being dismissive of, let's say, elements of Islamic culture or of Islam generally than you will of Christianity. But that doesn't mean it's more protected. It's kind of the opposite. It's an overcompensation by people who have no power.
Hours of my content. I think I shit on. I think I have historically. I have shit on Christianity quite a bit as well.
Good. I'm glad you said that.
Okay.
So here's what frustrates me when you go about the
I'm not sure why you're so happy about that. Disney has become more right-wing, but I think his main problem, though, is his ego. He's a hard-headed ass, and his persona wrapped up in internal blood sports debate. This is why he builds up people. His thought process naturally leads him to fighting these people he's built up. What an interesting hypothesis. And also he blasts all of his relationship in public, which is very, very unwise.
Islamophobic thing, and then you coach it with, "Oh, I'm an atheist. I
Well,
hate."
Zionism is not exactly a religion. Zionism is a whole other thing. It's not exactly religious in nature.
all religions.
Uh-huh.
I think you're very comfortable to say that you're Islamophobic and you have issues with Islam and you think the religion
Is the president eating polenta? No, I am eating cherry pie.
is garbage and stuff like that.
I
Because
wish I had cherry pie.
even though you liked saying that
I
Muslim
wish.
people are
I
oppressed and
wish.
blah 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 blah, it's actually very not conventional, but it's very socially accepted to hate Islam if you're in the West. Because my argument's going to be is that I think that if you were going to be logically consistent about all religions,
It is sort of socially accepted to hate Islam, to hate Muslim people in particular. But I'm not sure if it has more to do with the religion or if it has to do more with racism, especially again when it comes to the topic of refugees. Like it especially rears its ugly head with the topic of refugees. Like in Poland, for example, from Afghanistan, refugees were just trapped in the no man's land, the little strip of land between the borders.
you would be anti-Semitic as well.
Semitic isn't a religion, Katie. That's not how that works.
Okay. We can go through a couple of these real quick. So
So there is something to speak of there.
I don't want to do the like I grew up in a black neighborhood so I can say the N-word because those are my people kind of argument. But
But then again, in the case I'm describing, it's probably more about the people's color of skin than their religion, if we were to be honest about it.
I would say that for my particular situation, I don't think it was socially acceptable to hate
Wait,
on
are we just not going to pick up on that? Hang on. Let me see if I misunderstood.
Socially accepted to hate Islam if you're in the West. Because my argument's going to be is that I think that if you were going to be logically consistent about all religions, you would be anti-Semitic as well.
That makes no sense whatsoever. Semites are not only Jews. Well, it's not just that they're not only Jews. Semites is like an ethnic category.
Yeah, to be anti-Semitic isn't just to be anti-Judaism. Anti-Semites hate secular Jewish people, so that whole thing makes no sense. But then again, according to Katie, once again, the category of Jewish people outside of Judaism basically doesn't exist, according to her. Like, as she said, Jewish culture basically without Judaism does not exist. So from her point of view, it makes perfect sense that anti-Semitism is to be anti-Judaism, because to her, Jewishness as a concept basically does not exist. It all stems from Judaism. That is her basic. That is basically her logic. I've been able to get a glimpse of it because we've spoken about it.
It refers to like people of specific language groups.
Okay.
That is also true. There are more Semitic languages than just Hebrew. But then being an anti-Semite does not also... Being an anti-Semite is a pretty specific term, because it's not bigotry against all Semitic peoples, you know? It's targeted bigotry against Jewish people in particular, as I understand it. It's not bigotry against any and all Semitic peoples, I don't think.
We can go through a couple of these real quick.
Judeophobic, maybe? I don't know. I don't know what on earth she could possibly be trying to say with... I have no idea what on earth she could possibly be trying to say with this.
So,
Or at least that's how anti-Semitism
I don't want to do the like
has
I grew up in
been
a black
used
neighborhood, so I can say
historically.
the N-word because those are my people kind of argument. But I would say that for my particular situation, I don't think it was socially acceptable to hate on Islam. I think it's way more socially acceptable to hate on Christianity, because over the past like year and a half, the
Because look, my ancestors were what were they? Like Cuban plantation owners. Therefore, you know, I know what it's like to be oppressed.
communities that I've been involved in are big on Islam, namely the
Sunday, I think she's confusing anti-Semitism with anti-Judaism. I hope so. But Katie, I don't think Katie's dumb enough to make that mistake, but we'll see. That's like
I don't think it's a mistake.
you get that language right if you're going on here with this audience.
I
Red
don't
Pill
think-
community, like the
I don't
Andrew
think it's a
Tates,
mistake.
all of the weird like black nationalists, all these people for a while have been way more partial to Islam, and I've gotten way more shit hating on Islam than I ever got shit on Christianity. I've talked about Christianity and some of the issues I have, especially relating to the overturning of Roe v. Wade, and then making fun of conservatives in general, and then making fun of like all the fake Christians who the only thing they seem to know about the Bible is how they can use it to shit on women. Like, I'll make fun of those people, but right now, kind of like the big growing trend is definitely Islam in red pill spaces, and then kind of online, and then they're also like the loudest people. Yeah, and in terms of hating, so here's like the issue that I always run into when it comes to hating Jews, or rather the Jewish
No,
religion.
I
should say.
didn't-
Sorry,
I
Judaism.
didn't
Judaism.
say-
Sorry, I didn't mean that. I'm sorry, Judaism. I don't think you're anti-Semitic, or maybe you are actually. I don't know. I don't really care. But the reason why I
think she
don't
is.
shit on Judaism as much is because it seems like Jewish. It seems like the religion of Judaism like abandoned a lot of religious kind of stuff, and then it's like largely secularly driven, and they don't do as much of like the proselytizing, and they don't seem to care that much about
As much proselytizing. Are you saying that Judaism does any proselytizing? Because that would be a big mistake. Actually, Judaism does not do any proselytizing. That's the whole point of Judaism. Because to proselytize in the far past was dangerous, so any proselytizing was abandoned fairly early on, and there is no don't say as much proselytizing. There's no proselytizing in Judaism. In fact, it is discouraged to convert to Judaism. The conversion to Judaism is actually something that is discouraged rather than encouraged in Judaism.
about like formation of laws and legal systems and stuff. So, like, Jewish people kind of seem to keep to themselves, and like a lot of them don't even seem to care that much about like the religious
But they also need a state in Palestine.
aspect. A lot of it is more like the cultural aspects.
Okay.
Yeah, it's almost
That was low because I'm Polish Jewish and I don't need a state in Palestine, so Yeah, but the more conservative Judaism is, the less it wants to convert people.
It's like there was a move in the last century towards towards making Judaism the core of a quasi-fascist state project. Maybe there's something. I just don't know.
Okay, so it's great that you said that.
Okay.
Two things about that. First of all, I do understand. So, wait, I'm trying to structure in what path I want to take this.
Sure.
We'll do actually criticizing Judaism at the end. So my thesis coming forward is that, as I said, you do have a specific bone to pick with Islam. And the reason why you allow yourself to say that you're Islamophobic and going at Islam the way that you did with like the whole like making Muslims try to kill you arc.
Which, by the way, all that means is I tweet out one bad thing about Muhammad and they want to kill me, just to be clear. But go ahead.
I mean, you do you. Or like, I'm just
saying there's no equivalent. There's nobody that I can get a bigger bang for my buck for going onto Twitter than Muslims. There's not a more fragile group of people online. Not even as much as I fight with black people. Not even they are as easy to rile up as it is to rile up Muslims. Not even
Really?
close. But not that much.
Well, we know what our business model is, don't we?
Can't necessarily prove a point one way or another. I'm just saying.
I'd argue Zionists are a lot more fragile, but okay.
Wait, do you really think so? What could I tweet to like rile up like Zionists? That's religiously motivated.
You
Yeah.
couldn't.
Why not? Wait. Well, what could one tweet that's religiously motivated? Or wait, I'm sorry. You said Zionists.
First of all, I
Do you
didn't
just mean,
say
like-
religiously.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Sure. Well, that's like a different thing then, right? Zionists are not. We're not talking about nationalities. We're talking about religions, right?
Well, you said then black people, and black people is not a religion. So when you said demographic of Twitter that you can bank on, you didn't necessarily make it clear that it was religion specifically. When
Oh, sure.
you then
That's true.
brought up
Yeah, that's
black
fair. That's fair.
people.
Okay. Sure.
Well,
But
Zionism as a project was attempting to turn Jewishness into a nationality in the same sense that Germans are a nation, that Polish people are a nation, Ukrainians, etc. That is at its core what the Zionist project was attempting to do, to turn Jewishness as a concept into a national identity. And that is also why many Jewish people before the Second World War, especially in Poland, interestingly enough, were very against that idea. There's a memoir of a close, the national identity is a closely tied idea to a nation state. Those ideas have developed at the same time, basically. You know, a modern national identity developed at the same time as nation states, because nation states were just states that presided over modern nations that had a national identity. That is what a nation state is: a state that presides over a modern nation. You know? So yes. So there's this memoir of a close sort of co-worker, cooperator of Herzl, and he went to Poland to try to spread Zionism, and he basically said Polish Jewish people are the weirdest bunch in existence. Polish Jewish people, the poor Polish Jewish people who are religious pray many times per day and say that their gaze looks towards Israel, but at the same time they are so resistant to the idea of actually going there and creating a country there. They resist it with all their might. And on the other hand, you have the enlightened Jewish people, the intellectuals, who told me that the idea of Zionism to any enlightened Jewish person will be disgusting. So he concluded that Polish Jewish people were a lost cause. And indeed, for the most part, until most of the Polish Jewish people were genocided, most of them were actually very much against the idea of Zionism, which is a very interesting, you know, especially since I believe Poland before the war had the biggest Jewish population after the United States. It sort of stuck to me, this quote, that the intellectual Jewish people said that to any enlightened Jewish person, the idea of Zionism will be disgusting. And that's from a book written by a person that has a pro-Israel bent, a pro-Israel sort of bias, you know? So if a pro-Israel author writes this history, then then it's probably true, you know? Just as the same author who once again has a pro-Israel bias said that Netanyahu, as a politician, is an example that no group is immune to the rise of fascism. So he basically called Netanyahu a fascist. You know that there's something wrong. You know that there's something going on when a person that is a little bit biased towards Israel is calling Netanyahu basically a fascist. You know? In his book about Israel. It's a bit more complicated because the idea of Zionism actually, as many people claim that Herzl was the creator of Zionism, he wasn't. The idea of Zionism sort of predates Herzl, and that was also a cause for many troubles for him, because many people accused him of co-opting the Zionist movement to trying to be this dictatorial, basically tyrant within the movement, that he stole the ideas from people that came before him and basically took all the credit. So among many Zionist circles, Herzl was actually a persona non grata, and not many people realize this. You know? So that's definitely an interesting aspect to the whole thing. Not exactly as old as The Exile. Not exactly. Not exactly. He didn't as much mainstream it as he changed the nature of it, because he made it into a nationalistic ideology, which it was not exactly that before. Was not exactly a nationalistic ideology beforehand. Weather alert.
But okay, that's not the point. So basically, my thesis is this. I am a very strong anti-theist. I actually remember when you went on that arc, and I was like, damn, I shouldn't have like burned the bridge with Destiny. I would totally want to join in on this trigger and doing this together. That would be like a fun bonding experience. So I'm a big anti-theist, right? What bothers me is the fact that for me, and I'm just going to say
Isn't real meat next year in Jerusalem a pretty old greeting? Yeah, but it's a more complicated thing than that. It was more of a spiritual idea than like a person that sometimes came to my stream explained it very well that it wasn't a literal state idea. It's a bit more complicated than that.
a statement and then you can tell me how wrong I am. But
Okay.
please don't see it as an accusation. For me, it's clear that you don't go. You say that you're Islamophobic and that you hate Islam because you're allowed to do that because your audience will tolerate it. You would never say you're an anti Semitic or that you hate Judaism or would go on long tangents about trying to disrespect Judaism.
Hating Judaism is anti-Semitic. Judaism does not refer to a people. Judaism refers, it's a problematic term for a number of like anthropological reasons, but it refers to a set of beliefs and practices that can be adopted by people of any ethnicity.
Because it's financially not feasible for you, it's culturally and socially not feasible for you, and probably because you have a lot of Jewish friends and grew up in America, that's probably a lot more irksome to you than to just piss off a bunch of Muslims that you don't have any emotional attachment to. Is that fair?
No. You said, give me
Okay.
the reasons again. You said financially not feasible, lots of Jewish friends. What were the other things?
Well, when I say lots of Jewish friends, I was told that you have some, like, you know, because you said that, oh, I'm not going to do the I grew up in a black neighborhood thing. And I know that you have some close friends who taught you about Zionism or something. That's what I was told. Maybe I'm wrong.
Who?
Yeah, that's
So I
not
just
a question, but go ahead.
What? Close friends. I have Zionist friends. Judaism isn't the anthropologically problematic term. Jewish in reference to religion would be. Yeah, I actually don't agree with President Sunday that Judaism is an anthropologically problematic term. I'm not sure why. Maybe I should talk to him about it one day.
Okay.
I'm not
So-
sure I agree, but maybe there's a good argument for it. That I'm open. I'm open for anything. I'm open for all and anything.
So yeah. So I just.
I'm just curious. What were the
assumed-
other reasons? I wasn't writing this down when you said. I didn't know there were going to be so many. I'm just trying to write it down. You said financially not feasible. Lots of Jewish friends. What else?
It's not socially or like what
I'm
did I
open
say?
to the
Socially or
argumentation.
culturally acceptable? Oh, okay. Basically, going around in America as you as a
I'm gonna be honest. We've talked about a lot of things. This is gonna sound weird. We've talked about a lot of things: immigration, about refugees, about a couple of other topics, about Jewishness, Judaism. But I'm pretty tuned out of this conversation that's going on between Katie and Steven so far. Interestingly enough, there's nothing interesting going on in their conversation. It's just a bunch of nothing. You know?
Did I? Fuck. Hang on.
piss off
I mean, I have no clue why it's tied to the controller. My audio just went high wire. The old berry just came out of the controller. It's so weird. But it's okay, we'll navigate those waters. Thank you, Fake Alec Hal Parker, for $15. Aluminum. Thank you. I'm not sure what you mean, but... Oh, I have to fix my stream setup. Oh my god, I forgot. But in my defense, I've been out all day. I had to go buy HRT, which I have to take right now, actually. One moment. It got more expensive, so thank you, Fake Alec Kyle Parker. Testosterone blockers now cost me $25, give or take.
up a bunch of Muslims that you don't have any emotional attachment to. Is that fair?
No. You said, give me
Okay.
the reasons again. You said financially not feasible, lots of Jewish friends. What were the other things?
Well, when I say lots of Jewish friends, I was told that you have some, like, because you said that, oh, I'm not going to do the I grew up in a black neighborhood thing. And I know that you have some close friends who taught you about Zionism or something. That's what I was told. Maybe I'm wrong.
Yeah, that's
So I
not
just
a question, but go ahead.
Okay. So yeah. So I just.
Well, I'm just curious. What were the
assumed.
other reasons? I'm sorry, I wasn't writing this down when you said it. I didn't know there were going to be so many. I'm just trying to write it down. You said financially not feasible. Lots
Oh, I've been muted. Is there audio now? Okay, what I said was that you probably say practitioners of Judaism, not Judaists. And what else did I say in the span of a couple of minutes? What else did I say that was so smart? I think I've said the smartest thing I've ever said on stream. I think I've said the smartest. I'm never gonna repeat that. I'm never gonna be as smart as I was just before. You've lost it. It's lost. It's you've missed your chance to hear the smartest thing I've ever said on stream. You've missed your moment. It's gone. It's now gone forever. And that was so profound what I said. It was really smart. It was the smartest thing ever.
of Jewish friends. What else?
Destiny has Jewish friends. Oh yeah, now I remember. I said that Destiny might not have many Jewish friends, but Destiny has a devoted Jewish wife. Destiny has a Jewish wife, don't forget.
It's not socially or like, what did I say? Socially or.
I'm just looking to see when we get to the Hassan debate.
Basically, going around in America as a liberal saying I'm anti-Semitic is not going to be as forgiving as going around.
Yeah, because anti-Semitic has a lot more connotation than just disliking the religion. So it's you might as well say I'm also an anti-black racist, because that is the connotation of being anti-Semitic.
As an American liberal saying I'm Islamophobic. Do we not agree on that?
Kind of, yeah. Let me grab my water bottle real quick. Hold on one second.
Sure.
Okay, run to the washroom too. We'll see who wins, okay?
Okay, so you're saying like.
Though I would argue that Islamophobic is sort of getting to the anti-Semitic level of sort of bigotry against people rather than religion, yeah.
Saying I'm Islamophobic, I'm not saying I hate brown people, I'm saying I hate Islam. But if I were to say I'm anti-Semitic, anti-Semitism is so tied to the concept of Jewish ethnicity, then people would be like, oh, he's like racist against people who are ethnically Jewish, and that doesn't really make the point about Judaism.
Yeah.
I mean, that's true. Yeah, true.
Okay. What if I then went a little spicy and said that I also do think you have some biases towards our people, so I don't think it's just about Islam.
Sure, that's fine. I'm just going through this one at a time. Also, real quick, hey Destiny,
Wait,
appreciate
our
content.
people Islam? Isn't Katie Jewish? Why?
Man, you might enjoy to checking out breaking down from the convo Nick Dior had with Muda leading up to the madman. It was interesting example of de-radicalizing talking about offense. Thank you, Nate. I love you. Thank you for the money. I might look at that next, or maybe I'll bring them both on and chat with them. Okay, that might be true. I'm just trying to do this step by step. Okay, so that we're like building arguments, so we don't have like a ring of weird stuff. Okay, so that just to be clear, that's why it's also why I wouldn't say like I don't like the Chinese government. But saying like I don't like the Chinese, it feels weird because it's like Chinese is also like an ethnicity, you know? So it's kind of like, I don't know if I would say like I hate the Chinese. Like it feels a lot different than saying like just the CCP or the Chinese government or something. Okay, so you listed 3 reasons. So the first thing you said is financially not feasible.
Islam is totally tied to ethnicity? No, it's not.
It's actually totally not. It absolutely isn't. Like the Islamic Tatars are a different ethnicity than Arab people who practice Islam. It's not the same ethnicity. And yet both groups are very much Muslim. So no, Islam is not tied to ethnicity like at all. That's a pretty silly thing to say, actually. It's a very silly statement to make, since we have so many different ethnicities that practice Islam.
The problem, though, is that when we talk about like Islamism in the United States and Canada and the UK, I presume, there's a lot that gets packed into there.
Poland has a Tatar Muslim minority living in it. And it has been here for hundreds of years, from before even Poland became a nation state. And it's from the times of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. I believe it was the only native Muslim population in Europe that came to a country in Europe without being like conquered or forced to be part of a country.
And we're not just talking about a set of creeds. What gets packed into there is the image of barbarian hordes of very not white people, in like a slideshow of those acts of violence you see on the news. That's the problem, and so they occupy the same space in our imaginary, but as such, Islam by itself is not necessarily tied to ethnicity.
Yeah.
Feasible.
I think
so
he described
I don't
it
take any
correctly.
sponsors. I don't take any money from any.
Yeah, it is 99% error. It's one of those things where there's enough overlap where it de facto becomes the case, but you have to be careful to separate what it is conceptually.
It doesn't exactly become the case because it's a lot more complicated than that. I just because there's a perception in certain countries that it is so, it doesn't. I think President Sandy understands this.
What it is, incidentally, because you argue towards justifying those claims differently.
Large Jewish organizations. Why would it be?
That's not what I mean. Whoa.
Sure, I understand. So I'm just trying to figure out what do you mean when you say it's not financially feasible?
They're tied, one might say. I'll agree with you there, but they're tied contingently, is what I would say. They're not tied essentially.
What are we talking about here?
Oh, I just mean that, like, if you managed to convince people, and it would be hard because you're a very useful tool for Zionists, so it's unlikely. But if you were to actually convince...
So Katie is not Zionist then, since she calls Destiny a very useful tool for Zionism.
People that you were anti-Semitic and all you did was just shit on Judaism, like called up Nick and like, Nick, teach me your secrets. Obviously that's going to hurt your career. That's all I meant. You wouldn't
so
be as
so even in that like statement that you just made, there's still like a lot of this conflation of like Jewish people and the Jewish religion. Like I don't even know if Fuentes hates the Jewish religion. I know that he hates Jews. When people say that Nick Fuentes is anti-Semitic, I don't think it's because he has, a lot of in-depth, biblically scholarly criticisms of, the Talmud or whatever. I think it's because he hates Jewish people, right? So it's, again, that anti-Semitic term is kind of weird. And no, I would never call up. Yeah, I would never call him up. The same way that I would never call up Fuentes for his thoughts on Muslims, although he probably loves Muslims right now. Yeah, but I would never call up like an extreme right-winger or racist person for their thoughts on Islam. And I actually fight against those kind of people quite a bit. Yeah.
I'm trying to, because I know you've already written stuff down, and I know we want to be orderly about this, but because I see that you keep, I wonder if, okay.
Boo, bring back the forward party guy.
So.
This is so boring.
Ooh.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
I want to do this.
Well, wait. I just want to do these 3 points, and then you write down everything. I just want to go through these,
Okay.
like why I won't criticize Judaism.
Okay,
stuff.
sure.
So I'm trying to figure out, what do you mean when you said financially not feasible?
I just answered that. I think, okay.
Who was that? Why would you just criticize something for criticizing's sake? Doesn't make sense to me.
So, look, my
Why would you do
entire
that?
thesis, and you can just say, hey, the idea is interesting, we can talk about it, but the
I think
thesis
calling it a thesis is like a stretch.
doesn't work. My entire point of coming on is that you're fine saying I'm a proud Islamophobe.
Yep.
And that pisses me off because I know for a fact you wouldn't say I'm a proud anti-Semite.
Yeah, but again,
Because-
wait, why?
Because being anti-Judaism is not being an anti-Semite. They're distinct.
I feel like
No.
Yeah, but that comes back to the conversation about Jewishness, which I had with Katie. So because I had that conversation, I sort of understand the argument more, even though I think it's an incorrect argument. Ben had to pee. Israeli fascism is literally built on Judaist mythos. Sort of, not exactly. I wouldn't say that it actually is. I not exactly.
Like I don't like Islam.
Sort of, but not exactly.
I find it fascinating anthropologically, but I don't like it. I don't think it's the beliefs people associate with it are justified. I don't like its ethics. I don't like the cultural norms that prevail in countries led by Islamic movements. But that doesn't mean I'm anti-Arab. Like these don't follow from each other.
True. But even within the Middle Eastern world, there are far more ethnicities than just Arabs. Just keep that in mind.
In my opinion, one is something that is permissible for liberal online figures to do, and one is a big no-no that gets people canceled.
Okay, wait. Yeah, I agree. And
Sort of yes, and at the same time, sort of no. Messianic Zionism is something that was invented by non-Jewish people in England, so that's a whole other thing. But it sort of uses religious mythology, but sort of not, you know? Sort of not exactly. Because the claim of Zionism is not that we have to return there because of some religious claim to the territory. It more relies on the fact that we used to have a kingdom there and we were exiled from that kingdom, and now it is our sort of ancestral right to come back to our homeland. That argument can be made completely without religion by Zionism, even if it's a very weird argument. I'm talking about Messianic Jews as in the Jewish Christian... Yeah, but right now it's like Messianic Jewish people, but the whole idea of Messianic Zionism was created and popularized in England by English people during Herzl times that were enamored by the idea of Zionism and sort of created the whole idea of messianic Judaism as an idea of righting the wrongs against Jewish people. You know, that's how the movement was born. That's basically how the idea was born. And then it went in all sorts of directions, but that is where it originated. During the infancy of Zionism itself.
But I think that maybe should get people canceled. Like if I was on stream, like I fucking hate Arabs. Like I think that's more similar to saying I'm
Who
anti-Semitic.
is this person here? Who is this?
What if you said though, just hypothetically, Stephen? What if you said like you're pro-genocide, and the Arabs in Israel
Oh damn. Hypothetically.
just have to go somewhere else? You know.
Because
President Sunday is always so snarky. I love it. Yeah, that's what I'm referring to.
when people say they're anti-Semitic, they're not really talking generally.
You need Allah Sunday. Fun fact: it is not just Muslims who refer to God as Allah.
Anti-Semitism is not associated with a disdain for the Jewish religion. It's associated with all of the tropes of all the kind of Jewish conspiracy stuff.
Okay, so that's not accurate. That's kind of like a problem.
Hold on, I'm so sorry. Can you
yeah.
give me a single point in all of human history? I'm not trying to put you on like a super specific thing. I'm genuinely curious.
Okay.
Has there ever been a point in history where Judaism was prosecuted and not Jewish people?
Yes.
Well, Judaism at a certain point in history was identified as a people.
Absolutely it was. Yeah. But it was also it gets complicated. But yes, it was. The answer is yes, it was. But it gets complicated. President Sunday is touching upon this complicated nature of the thing, because basically it was believed that even when a Jewish person converted to Christianity, especially in Spain, that was a whole thing. There was this perception that secretly, even though they converted, they would still be Jewish and practicing Judaism in secret even after the conversion. So there was this whole aspect to it. So in that sense, the people were conflated with the religion.
And unless you had some kind of liberal situation in which people were conceived of as having an identity separate from their groups, which wasn't the case until very recently, then you couldn't make that distinction. I mean, like an obvious case could be, although there's going to be a lot of overlap, a case could potentially be Christian persecution of Jews, which might involve conversion, in which case there is an intellectual targeting of people based upon a religious affiliation apart from their ethnic.
I mean, that was absolutely the case, President Sunday, for a long time in history. Like the famous conversions of Jewish people in Spain, that was absolutely a thing. Persecution of Jewish people that demanded Jewish people convert to Christianity. That was absolutely historically a thing. Hello, Mr. Zerlin. Hello. You're white, which means you should stop being white. Yeah, obviously, President knows that conversion were the go-to a lot of times. Yeah, I suspect so. President Sunday is pretty religiously well educated from what I've gathered. Probably more than Lucy Hazan.
Nick one, although a de facto targeting of the ethnicity anyways. Let's see.
Yeah, that's also true.
It
was de facto a targeting of ethnicity because, as I've said, even when Jewish people did the conversion, Jewish people were still looked at suspiciously and accused of faking it, basically.
Something? Oh, hang on 1 moment. We're about to die.
We died.
It's okay, we survived. His footwork was sloppy.
Or not prosecuted, persecuted. I'm not aware of
Okay.
that. There might be, but I'm curious. Yeah.
Okay, so I'm gonna try to explain this, and obviously I'm not a historian.
Okay.
So
Obviously.
for the Jewish people, the concept
Yeah, that was my understanding, Robin. The Papal States and much of the medieval Europe persecuted Jews, but left Jews who converted to Christianity alone. That's what I understood.
That's not exactly true. That is not oh gosh. I wish I could get President Sunday in here. I would so explain this. I would so explain this. I write President Sunday. Oh, thank you. Tier 3, oh my god. For you, Lucy, stay kind. Thank you. Oh wow, thank you for calling me kind. Thank you for calling me kind. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. And thank you for the tier 3. Thank you. I will... Oof. The glasses are keeping on the tape and prayer. The tape and prayer glasses. True. One moment, I'm gonna DM President Sunday. It's a nice color. Oh yeah, that is a nice color. Nice. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Because I think even during times of persecution, there was correspondence between Jewish Christians and non-Jewish Christians. In fact, I think...
oh, wait, never mind. President Sunday is sort of touching upon this. What's been happening? We're reacting to President Sunday, and then we'll do a few other topics for today.
There was a major point in Spinoza's life where he was subject to that.
Mm-hmm.
The Amsterdam Jewish community was largely composed of Spanish and Portuguese conversos, new Christians, who had respectively migrated from Spain via Portugal to escape the Spanish Inquisition, and Portuguese conversos following the establishment of the Portuguese Inquisition with their children and grandchildren. Amsterdam was tolerant of religious diversity so long as it was practiced discreetly. Jews were not legally confined to a ghetto, and the city presented economic opportunities for those willing to move. Yeah, it depends on where you are. But I think there was de facto overlap enough in most cases. Like, so long as we don't take, for example, like a cultural disdain for the targeting of a people.
concept of like secularized Jewish people who are not like the reason why
So Jews were persecuted religiously but not ethnically? It was both, simultaneously.
the Jewish people, quote unquote, like lasted through 2 millennia is because for the most of that history, they were Jewish, i.e., tied to Judaism. They were very, very religious. The secularization and like integration process only started like when was the Russian emancipation? Jesus. But all the thing like
Jesus.
the Inquisition was about the Jewish religion. And actually, what happened in the Inquisition.
Well, it wasn't just about the Jewish religion, because even
It was not just about the Jewish religion. Inquisition was a far more overarching concept, which actually was not much present in the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, by the way, which is why the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth was commonly referred to as the country without the burning stakes.
converts were persecuted as well. They weren't particularly clean on that front. Because what we just read was that even converts.
Well, the Inquisition was also about hunting witches and such. So
Had to flee. Let me see if I've got that actually correct here. So here we go. So although the 1492 and 1497 expulsions of unconverted Jews from Spain and Portugal were separate events from the Spanish and Portuguese Inquisitions, which were established, over a decade earlier in 1478, they were ultimately linked, as the Inquisition eventually also led to the fleeing out of Iberia of many descendants of Jewish converts to Catholicism in subsequent generations. See, there you go. So even though they've converted to Christianity, they were still being targeted because of their Jewish heritage.
yes, because there was this idea that Jewish people were actually lying and secretly still practicing Judaism, and that the whole conversion thing was fake, that was just a lie and a ploy. That is why. That is basically why. So it's actually hard to say if it was based on Jewish heritage or it was based on this big notion that Jewish people never really converted but are actually secretly still practicing Judaism, which was a big sort of, that was the big justification for the persecution. I attended a whole lecture about this topic.
Despite the fact that the original edicts of expulsion did not apply to Jewish origin New Christian conversos, as these were now legally New Christians, the discriminatory practices the Inquisition nevertheless placed upon them, which were often lethal, put immense pressures on many of the...
That's right, the heretics. And it never caught on in the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, the idea of the gap of burning witches.
Jewish origin Christians to also emigrate out of Spain and Portugal in the immediate generations
I'm
following
gonna
the
eat
expulsion
Oreo,
of
if
their
you don't mind.
unconverted Jewish brethren. Yeah. And then, of course, like, given their Jewish heritage, they would be under a higher degree of suspicion, so on and so forth.
Is that after they tried to make Jews stop practicing Judaism, they developed this form of like what we know as modern anti-Semitism, where they're like, well, they're not practicing Judaism anymore, but they're still acting like a Jew, even though they weren't doing Judaism, right? So for the
Here, look, it's Nick's future ex-wife.
vast amount of Jewish history,
I'm
they were
sorry, what did he just say? What did he just say? What? I have to listen.
persecuted vast amount of Jewish history. They were persecuted specifically for Judaism because Jewish people only existed in the Judaism context. There weren't like secular atheist Jews.
Okay. So
That's
it
like
might be
a
the
very
case-
new concept.
What did he say? It's the new ex-wife?
Sure. So it might be the case that
God.
like, in the 1500s and stuff, I'm looking at the Inquisition.
Treasure Sunday is so vicious, so vile. I don't know what to say about it even. Treasure Sunday is such a meanie. Oh my god, but for some reason I love it. What a meanie. Who is that? I have no idea. I have no idea who this is. Maybe if I were as mean as President Sunday on stream, I would get 100 viewers just like he does. No, I have to stay kind. That was the what Mr. Zlin asked me to do, so I have to stay kind, even at the detriment of my career and success.
And actually, if I remember it, actually now back in English class, I think in The Merchant of Venice, I
Future
think
ex-wife.
Antonio and Portia, I think, tried to get Shylock to convert to Christianity. So maybe like
Yeah.
500 or 600 years ago, I guess, or 400 to 500 years
Exactly.
ago. Sure.
Mix-
But I feel like in the modern age, so over the past like 100 to 150 years,
Yeah, because I think it meant 15th century, not 1500s.
Kind.
I don't know how long it went on for though. Whatever.
it feels like the persecution of
You can
Jews.
even go 200.
Sure,
Yeah.
if you want. It feels like the persecution of Jews, and when we talk about anti-Semitism, like largely revolves around Jewish conspiracies and stuff. Like if somebody says today that like, oh, I'm anti-Semitic, they're not going to have the association of, oh, you're highly critical of the Jewish religion. It's going to be like, oh, you're like almost a Nazi, or there's like a lot of weird like Jewish
Okay.
tropes that go into that. Yeah.
So I guess we do need to delineate this first, and then you have your notes, and we'll have to circle back because I see this is important. So
Circle back
here's
to
the
what?
thing, and this is kind of like why
I'm so tuned out of this conversation. I don't even know. That is the weirdest segment I've done today. I keep talking about stuff, but based on what President Sunday is saying from time to time and other topics that we've touched upon, but I'm so tuned out of this whole conversation that I don't even know what it's about anymore. I don't even know what this is about at this point. I don't even. What?
I said that I don't feel like you have this straight. Like you said earlier at the beginning that like what was it? That anti-Semitism is not fuck, how did you say it? Yeah, that it was like a more secular type thing. They're not looking to grab
We have a compendium here of all of the absolute worst people that we've ever encountered, all together. It's almost heartwarming.
power. They're
What?
not proselytizing all of this. And I was gonna jump on you because
What was that in reference to?
basically, there's this.
What was that in reference to? What is he talking about?
What American liberals know Jewish people to be. They mostly know other Jewish people that they are interaction with who are Americans. That are usually either secular or they call themselves culturally Jewish. That is, however, not like that's not Jewish people as a whole. Like there are 500,000 very Orthodox religious Jews just in New York, right? So it's kind of like an inaccurate view of Judaism, just because you have very of Jewish people, because Jewish people are incredibly diverse in how they practice. And so,
Which is probably all the more reason why I wouldn't necessarily say I'm anti-Semitic. It just isn't conveying anything accurately. Like if I were to say I'm anti-Semitic, I have to like qualify like 50 million times what I even mean when I say
I
that.
don't think this is not Sharia. I don't recognize this person.
Like, it's just,
What is
hey,
the
Then
what is
again, Destiny's camera is pretty low resolution here.
the point to this? Is she trying to get him to just say the words "I am anti-Semitic"? Like, what's the?
I think so.
Where's this going? There's no purpose to this.
you want? How about this? I'll meet you halfway. I could call myself Judeo-phobic if you want me to.
I would love that.
Okay,
Yeah.
sure. I'm Judeo-phobic. Then I guess. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's fair. To be fair, that would be a bit empty, because I don't think I was gonna explain. I thought you were gonna be like, oh, Judaism isn't as bad as Islam in the ways that I hate Islam, and then I would have to explain to you stuff that you don't know.
Well,
But if you're
Judaism
just-
isn't as much of a problem as Islam. It might be the fact that, like, if there were 63 different Jewish countries and they felt like they had way more ground to stand on to start, like, evangelizing their religion or proselytizing everybody or taking over countries, then maybe I'd feel a lot different. But I mean, like, as it stands right now, there's what?
So-
yeah.
So it sounds like your issue isn't necessarily with the religion of Islam as much as the component of the religion of Islam, which is kind of like that
caliphate?
missionary vibe, like
Sure.
the
Well, but I mean, that's also-
colonize-
Stop saying caliphate. Dear God.
Oh, come on, President Sunday. You already agreed that that's the word that you're gonna use. Note Walksies backsies, President Sunday. You already said, even if it was a joke, that we go by caliphate now. You already committed. You cannot just complain about it now after you've committed.
God, like you watch Fox News gets caliphate right.
Keep your commitments straight, President Sunday.
Vibe.
A little bit. That's a little baked into it, though, depending on where you're at in the world, into Islam. More so than any other major religion I'm aware of.
Okay, more than Christianity, who went on crusades.
Christianity didn't...
Okay. Now I'm gonna be the one that's gonna be nitpicky. More than Christianity, which went on a crusade. You cannot say more than Christianity who went on a crusade, because Christianity is not a person. Christianity is not a living individual who goes on a crusade. There we go. I've done it. I've attacked the grammar logic behind this sentence. I hate it when people do this. Christianity who went on a crusade. What do you mean? Christianity is not a person.
indeed go on.
Well, there were Islamic conquests too. It's kind of both ways. The reason why Christianity went on crusades, which are bad, by the way, but
They were bad. And again, the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth barely took part in them.
it was taking territory that was at one point also conquered by Muslims. So it's not.
I mean,
that's
there
not
were Muslim conquests in Africa. Spain was basically conquered by Islam, even though it basically led to a golden age in Spain, a golden age of Islam in Spain, which brought about great advancements in learning and many other things, where basically the rest of Europe was a lot less enlightened, let's just say.
unique.
Crusades, but I believe that like the unification of the government and like the Islamic religion is like part of the Quran or whatever.
Okay, so here's the thing. Let me know if this
What
is
is
accurate.
President Sunday doing? Is he channeling his inner Professor X? Trying to send telepathic signals to someone? President Sunday is Professor X, but without being bold.
Accurate. I think that because you keep mentioning the Caliphate, I was gonna say that it sounds like
Now it's the
Because it's
Caliphate.
cool.
proselytizing, like missionary,
Checking
like
me.
trying
Okay,
to
look.
Because it's
Caliphate.
cool.
Thank you, Google. Google knows all.
convert everyone element
Caliphate.
was hopefully what was bothering you, but
Listen,
it sounds
President Sunday, tomato, in it, data.
specifically like if you had to choose like Christians going around converting everyone or Muslims going around
Caliphate.
converting everyone, you'd pick Christians because
Caliphate.
Muslims are somehow worse, even though
Yeah,
and
I
that
think
would kind
I'd
of
probably choose.
She's crazy, but I'd rather hang out with her than Destiny. I don't know about that, honestly.
Christian Muslims just seem like kind of like, or
He's just not Professor X yet.
Islam just
Oh.
seems like a little bit of a worse version of
So once he gets bold, he will be. I see
Christianity.
how
Probably,
that
so I'd
works.
probably choose Christians,
oh
but
wow.
yeah.
Okay.
Islam just seems like if you take Christianity, you like turn all the bad stuff up to like an 11. It just seems like it's kind of how it feels. But I mean, there's also like extremists like Christians, and there's like chill Muslims. Like I say this all the time. Like I feel really comfortable criticizing Islam in the United States. I don't think I would do the same if I lived in like Paris or London. I think I would get fucking killed. But yeah, I mean, like everybody isn't like a strict adherent to the most fundamentalist vibes of their religion.
Oh,
but
please, for the love of God. Okay, when does this get to the Hassan part? Hang on, we're gonna jump. We're gonna see.
The correct spelling and pronunciation is Kalifatus in Hungarian. True. The one and only. The one spelling to rule them all and in the darkness bind them. True. Like the ring.
This is
okay, cool. Okay, gotcha. Okay.
gotcha.
So you
Jesus.
said, in an American context, I agree anti-Semitism towards Jews is about such conspiracies and the cheap jokes they take about Jewish culture. It is both. So I
Cheap
agree with you.
jokes.
But 95%, when we're talking about anti-Semitism, we're talking about Jewish conspiracies is what we're talking
How
about.
did you get the exact 95%? I love it when people just throw those percentages out of their, I don't know, out of their hat. It's 95%. Es ist sh. Kalifatush. Okay, Kalifatush. I love it when people just take out those percentages out of their head. In 95% of all cases, it's whatever. 95% without fail.
When I'm
Yeah,
making
I-
fun of Jews, or I'm sorry, when I'm making fun of religions, I'm
What?
usually trying to fixate on like the
That was
religious-
a weird slip. When I make fun of Jews, huh? Pronunciation is a bit of a thing on President Sunday's channel. I mean, that's okay. We're all a little bit nitpicky here. Welcome, Lil 10. You're white. I'm anti-white on this channel. Okay? This channel is anti-white. No, that was a don't destroy my channel. Oh gosh. What was I speaking? What was I talking about? What was I even?
aspects. I'm not just making fun of Arabs,
Yeah. Destiny's little slip when I make fun of Jews.
right? Like I'm making fun of stuff related to like hopefully the doctrines of Islam. I'm not saying things like, oh, don't these guys like fuck camels and they smell gross and their turbans are moldy or something. I don't know what the fuck would you even say. I'm not making jokes about like this stuff. Usually fixating on stuff relating to the religious aspect or the theological government aspect, like these types of things.
What? Didn't you call Hassan like a
Ah, here we go. We found it.
Houthi or something? And don't you always like picture him with the little like Hamas headband? Like, what do you mean?
Oh,
That's
damn.
not.
Well, first of all, I don't know if I ever. What do either of those things have to do with what I just said?
Clip.
When
Who
you're
cares? Let's move on.
saying that you don't target Arab people? That's
Hamas
not
Piker.
true.
He's not being targeted because he's Arab. He's being targeted because he
Just called him Hamas Piker.
supports Hamas.
Hamas Piker.
Do you think I'm just making fun of him because he's from Turkey?
That's what people think. Yeah,
No,
they think
no.
that you're
Hold on.
racist.
To be clear, nobody in good faith thinks that. These are the lowest of the low subhuman dipshits that think this. Yeah, Turkish people aren't even.
Oh my
Hamas,
god.
I'm gonna say it. Hamas Piker.
Arab. It, like, technically wouldn't make sense. Now, for an American, maybe we think all of them are Arabs, okay? Iranians and
Yes.
Turkish people. But regardless, no. He's called Hamas Piker because he supports Hamas. He gets the Hamas
Oh,
head-
okay, that was a joke. Okay, never mind. Sorry. I'm stupid. I thought that was a slip of the tongue on his part. But he's calling him. Okay.
And
that's
because
less-
he supports
That's less funny.
Hamas. You're racist if you think I'm only making fun of him because he's from Turkey. He literally supports Hamas. Like, that's why he's called
Okay,
Hamas
that's
Piker.
very funny.
Okay.
Just a quick question. Are there any white people that you call Hamas? Or is that not?
Hey, Lycan, when he went on Wick's stream to argue with Wick about the Gaza issue, Wick's original thumbnail.
Why
had
is Wick getting the clout and not me?
Lycan?
President Sunday should speak more about me and less about Wick, of all people.
With the that's Destiny Chef, by the way, had Lycan with the Hamas headband.
Pretty sure people have made fun of. We don't make fun of Vosh. What other large white content? I don't know how many other large white content creators support Hamas.
I don't think Bosch supports Hamas either.
Oh,
Very
we made fun of
surprised.
Bad Bunny a fuck ton. Yeah, she had like the whole. I don't remember the names of the stupid head shit that the Palestinians wear, but yeah, we roasted the fuck out of
Is
Bad.
Bad Bunny still a thing? I didn't think Bad Bunny was still a thing.
Bunny. She's probably the only other white person cringe enough to support them. Yeah. Second thought, yeah, we've done it for him, but yeah, I mean, generally, there's not very many large left-leaning large figures that are like supporting Hamas as avowedly or as openly as Hassan does. Hold on, just digging into your mind, do you think that the attack on Hassan, do you think we do that because he's Middle Eastern? Or do you think we do that because he supports Hamas?
I think that the fact that he's brown is definitely
damn.
a factor.
Is it a permanent ban or a temporary ban? Is my question.
Okay.
Why? Why would you assume that? No, it's because his name is Hassan, and it looks similar to Hamas, so you can juxtapose those very easily. And he supports Hamas. That's all. If his name his name was Hammond Piker or something, you'd say the exact same thing.
Wait, so does he or does he not support Hamas? I genuinely don't know. Rule 10. Got a tier 3 subscription. They said fixed it. Will remember to check in 3 months. Cheers. Thank you. Oh my god, a tier 3? Oh my god, so many tier 3s today. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Oh my god, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you. Oh my gosh, thank you so much. Today, everybody's so generous today. And we haven't even gotten started with our big stream today. Oops, we're just still reacting today. And we still haven't gotten into the meat and potatoes of the subjects today. It's raining tier 3s for Lucy. Yes, thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. It'll make Lucy Haz's life a lot more easy, especially since the HRT got more expensive this year, apparently. As the pharmacist told me. Thank you, thank you. So President Sunday seems to think that Hassan supports Hamas. So does he or does he not? I don't watch Hassan ever, so I genuinely don't know. I genuinely don't know.
That's
I mean,
clear.
if you want to get the closest you can to
Hamish Piker. There you go.
Danish
some
biker?
weird accusation of like xenophobia or racism, you could argue that maybe because he's from Turkey and he has the name Hassan, it's an easier name to make fun of. I mean, you could say that,
Yeah.
like Hassan fits Hamas Piker, but to call that racism is like quite the stretch. Like, nobody's making fun of him because he's from the Middle East. Him being from the Middle East has nothing to do with it. It's
What are you doing, President Sunday? Are you writing me right now from the past?
Also, just to be clear, like, someone could correct me if I'm wrong. I don't think he's Turkish, but I don't think he's Arabic. In fact, historically, Turks and Arabs don't get along very well. There's been, hang on, let's see. I don't actually know what Hassan is, but I thought he was Turkish. He's closer to. I think he'd be closer to Persian than he would be to Arab.
I don't know because I
fact
don't
that
watch
he
that.
literally
I don't
and-
watch Destiny either, so I don't know what clips Destiny shows. I don't watch Hassan, so I don't know what his opinion on Hamas is, and I don't watch Destiny, so I don't know what clips he shows. So that's maybe that's an oversight on my part, but I just don't watch either Hassan nor Destiny. You know, that's. I don't really have time to watch much of anyone, especially since a huge project has just dropped on my lap today, unannounced. We're actually gonna have, by the way, I might as well make an announcement. We're gonna be talking about, I'm gonna be having my first genocide discussion tomorrow. I've been challenged to a discussion about genocide by your favorite streamer. I'll let you guess who it is. I've been challenged, and tomorrow we will be picking up the challenge. And now I unpause as you try to guess who challenged me to a discussion.
Openly supports Hamas is why we call him Hamas Piker. Like, that's
Yeah,
the idea.
so
That's
the
what we make fun of.
reason-
I don't know
It
why.
has its own ethnicity. I actually
No,
I
not
had
Bad Empanada. I'm too small for Bad Empanada's attention.
this down like 10 years ago. I haven't studied this shit in forever, so I've lost a lot of it. But Arabs and Turks used to
Excuses.
actually
Excuses, President Sunday. Excuses.
compete for power. It's wiki time. Let's see. Turks are the largest Turkic people who speak various dialects of the Turkish language, from a majority in Turkey and northern Cyprus.
It's food shops. I'm just gonna say it. It's food shops. Food shops wants to talk about genocide with me.
The first definite references to the Turks mainly come from Chinese sources, which date back to the 6th century. Oh, that's weird. Nope, not derived from Iranian either. There's several theories regarding the origin of the ethnonym Turk. There's a claim that may be connected to Herodotus' reference to Targeteos, king of the Scythians. However, Meyerhofer, or I don't know how to say that, some other guy, assigned Iranian etymology for Targeteos from Old Iranian Dargatava, meaning he whose strength is long-lasting. During the 1st century AD, Pomponius Mela refers to the Turkey in the forests north of the Sea of Azov, and Pliny the Elder lists the Turkey among the people of the same area. In the 19th century, the word Turk referred to Anatolian peasants. The Ottoman ruling class identified themselves as Ottomans, not Turks. So it originally was not an ethnic group as such. It's sort of like how they referred to, in the Peloponnesian War, they referred to the it's on the tip of my tongue, Medianism, that's it. But the Medes were like a particular group.
You would draw in the fact that he was like from Turkey. Like,
Okay, I feel very I usually don't speak for other people, but I feel very confident telling you a
Oh,
lot of
that's not true. Ghost Slicker, thank you for the $5 Canadian. But tie on the meter, I must feed the squid, and so you shall.
You should feed
People
the
think
duck.
that's
not with
actually
bread.
racist.
yeah,
and that you're doing it because you're racist.
Hassan defenders do it for sure, but everything they say is fucking
No.
retarded.
You're a racist, Destiny.
Hold
no.
on. Is it conceivable that I'm
He's out of line, but that's kind of true.
making fun
Do all the sub tiers last 1 month? Unless you take the 3 months option, it's 1 month. Oh, okay, thank you. Wait, there's a 3 months option? I didn't even know that.
of him because he supports Hamas, and that's why he's called Hamas Piker?
Okay.
No, wait. I need you to answer that question. Is it conceivable that we call
I love it when people say very excitedly, I need you to answer this question.
him Hamas Piker because he supports Hamas?
Sure.
Does
Okay.
he support
Then
Hamas?
why would we assume that there's some undercurrent of racism when we can
I
fully
wish you would ask that, actually. I wish you would ask for Destiny to demonstrate that Hassan does support Hamas. I wish. I want to see. I just don't know. I just don't know.
fully
Like,
explain our
Here's how it would be. Here's how it would be like clearly racist. If I was called him Hamas Piker.
President Sunday also had a slip of the tongue. Oof.
If Hassan Piker did not support Hamas and was still called Hamas Piker, then it's clear.
ideas and our beliefs
So does he or does he? Oh my God.
based on what his ideas and beliefs. Why would we need to plug racism there at all?
Okay. This is wow. This would derail us like shit. But
We're already
yeah, that's because like, first of all, you and your community are pretty racist, so that would be why.
Okay.
And secondly, It's
Destiny's about to valiantly defend his community, and it's gonna be glorious. Wait, hold on. My community's racist? Hold on, sister. You ain't gonna call my community racist, are you now? I'm not gonna stand for that. You can call me racist, but to call my community racist? No, that's forbidden. I've got the best community. I've got better community than 99% of people, is what Destiny should say now. Better than 99% of streamers.
probably because how you choose to express those things if you do it in a racist way. Like usually, if you
The proper term is Turkish people. I've heard people just use Turks.
The Young Turks.
It's probably Turkish people sounds a bit more modern and less,
I mean, I'm gonna be honest. I actually avoid saying Jews. In English, I just usually say Jewish people. You might have noticed I never say Jews because Jews has a very weird connotation in my mind, and Jewish people just sounds better in English to me.
liable to be used as a slur, so probably a good move. But I haven't heard that designated as like offensive or something.
If you choose to, there was just a discourse on Twitter about it, about some guy calling a bunch of black people like flying monkeys as like a reference to
The Wizard of Oz.
to the Wizard of Oz. And
Which,
people
by the
were trying to
way,
explain to them why
By the way, the cap of Wizard of Oz had a limited amount of uses. You could only summon it is a contract once you get the magical hat. You can only summon them 3 times and no more. And then the hat becomes useless until someone else gets it and also gets the contract and can summon the flying monkeys 3 times. It's a 3 times thing and no more. Just a little Wizard of Oz trivia for you. So Turkish is usually refers to Turkish citizens today, while Turks is more to refer to ethnic Turks who are way broader than Turkish people. Okay, that makes sense. But my point about Jews and Jewish people stands. I prefer the term Jewish people.
that's racist and they couldn't figure it out. This is kind of like that.
Okay, real quick. When you say
Real quick.
do it in a racist way, what is the racist part of it? Why is
You
it
want me-
racist to call him Hamas Piker?
Why is it racist to call him a Hamas Piker? You mean with the fact that you have like pictures of him with the Hamas band and everything?
Yes.
Why would that?
Dorothy used the flying monkeys to help her friends get home when she went to the other good witch, Gwendolyn, I don't remember her name, and learned that she could just use her magic shoes to get home from the very beginning. Also, that witch later, in a later arc in the Wizard of Oz books, helped to turn a boy who was hidden because the ruler of Oz was in danger for some reason. It's never explained why. So the young heir to the throne of Oz was hidden with a witch, and the witch changed the young girl to a boy, and the good witch at the end of that particular arc changes the boy back into a girl, and the girl takes over the throne of Oz as Ozma. That's a whole Wizard of Oz lore. So Mrs. Deslin definitely knows about the little boy that turns into Ozma at the end part. If you read the books, then you know about that part. Yeah, I do remember the porcelain people. I'm writing President Sunday.
That make a difference. It's
Oh, because you wouldn't do that to a white
Since President Sunday cannot come on, I just wrote him what I wanted to say about the topic.
person.
his. Well, actually, Wick, who associates with this guy, who gets paid by someone who associates with this guy, actually did this to his chef. Can we actually find that? Hang on.
What? What did he do to his chef? Oh my god. Destiny.
Oh, it might be gone forever.
What did he
Alas.
do? What
Alas.
did you do? Destiny, what did you do?
It's very convenient that he's brown, that he's
Okay, we
not
literally
really
spent.
white.
We can't even Photoshop Bad Bunny because you can't Photoshop her to look dumber than she already does. But like, why would you assume that we wouldn't do that to a white person? You understand that, like, if you really want
I mean, Hassan does look pretty light-skinned in sort of. I don't know what kind of derangement they have.
to call me racist, you know I went through like a whole year arc. where-
Bad Bunny is so wild. Keeps calling people who support different secular Palestinian groups Islamists. Destiny does? Or who?
I literally was just racist to white people because of how mad they got, right? Like, there was a whole time on Twitter where my number one go-to response when I was fighting with conservatives was literally like, bro, you're
Wait, who detransitioned? Wait, who's this? Lucy interrupts debate with Wizard of Oz lore. People from the US were actually pretty surprised when they came to Poland and learned that I actually knew so much about the Wizard of Oz. They were actually genuinely surprised by that because the super famous musical movie Wizard of Oz butchers basically 90% of the plot of the books. The books and the anime adaptation are so much better than that movie. I don't even know where to begin. The books are so much better than the movie. And when I say the movie, I mean the super famous, we're off to see the wizard, the magical Wizard of Oz. Blah 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 blah. That movie butchers the story so hard that it's not even funny. But there's a really good old anime adaptation of that of the books that follows the books like super closely. I love the movie for different reasons. I mean, yeah, sure. I mean, I'm being a bit unfair here. The movie is good, but it's not the books. The movie does not even have the wooden horse, okay? There is a great Hungarian radio play that was amazing too in the 80s. I watched the anime adaptation when I was small. You know, what's the Wizard of Oz without the wooden horse that's brought to life with the stolen powder of life, you know? Or the pumpkin head person that the witch brought to life using the same powder of life. See, I know my Wizard of Oz. I told you I knew my Wizard of Oz. Whew.
White, and people would get incensed about it.
Horse! The wooden horse! Oh my god, Kitten E. Oh my gosh, you're so mean to me. You're gonna take advantage of me being Polish and having a Polish pronunciation, huh?
Why would you
Yeah.
assume that I don't know where
Well,
this
that's
assumption
because you
comes
think-
from that I
That's
wouldn't.
because you think you can be racist to white people. Oh my god, this is gonna get so bad.
You're bringing up the memories in me because I forgot some of it. I'm here to, yes, that's why I'm here on the stream, to bring back those lovely warm memories. Because this is a warm stream full of nice emotions, and apart from all the serious topics and politics and history, I'm here to provide warm memories and feelings, you know? And also, Wizard of Oz is pretty great.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Like
You
my
really
community is called the
You can actually be racist to white people, believe it or not. It's not a high priority because in most places in the world, having some kind of racially slanted invective or attitude against white people doesn't really confer any serious problems for them. But when we're taking it as a category of attitude or activity or thing that can't take place, there's absolutely no contradiction there. When we're talking about racism, literally all we're talking about is some kind of all we're talking about is where some orientation towards a racial designation.
Okay, I need to go to the toilet. I'll be right back. Toilet thing, trip, time, yes. Yay. Hmm. All right, I'm ready to continue.
In some way, conditions how you treat a person or a thing or what have you. This is why, for example, you can have things like systemic racism, even though there aren't necessarily like people being specifically invoked. They're just whole systems that are oriented in some key way around racial distinctions, that they treat some people differently than others on the basis of that racial distinction. There's no whiteness being itself a pure construction that is purely racial. There's absolutely no reason whatsoever why that couldn't be the case. It just happens to be the case that most systems have been slanted to the favor of that one by being to the detriment of other ones. But that situation could absolutely be reversed. There's not a contradiction there.
The Taliban, and I'm pretty sure they're
I
predominantly
know
white.
you guys are fucking racist.
Why is that racist?
Okay, do you think when you and your community say inshallah, that's because you have any respect to Islam, or is it a meme?
It's a meme.
It's a meme, but you don't have to have respect for Islam. You're not required to have respect for Islam. What is this?
Okay, so it's a joke at whose expense?
It's not an expense. It's a funny word. It works for us. It's not racist.
When you take a word from a different language and then you're like, oh, that word is funny, that's usually pretty not chill. That's
Gotcha.
weird.
Okay, we hardcore disagree on this. I don't buy into the cultural appropriation dog shit arguments. Okay.
That's
So,
not cultural appropriation, but okay.
what do you mean? It's a borrowed word. Like, we use it relatively appropriately, but it's funny because, like, I guess white people don't usually use it.
Yeah, and it's interesting that your community has particularly don't use it as much now that there's some discourse happening with the Arab world. Suddenly there's not as much talk about the Taliban and
What are you
inshallah.
talking about?
It's fine. Oh my god.
No. Hold on. I'm just to be clear, you're dead wrong. Like, people still use these terms.
She's so just insufferably arrogant for someone who has literally nothing to say except like 2014 SJW cliches.
Did Destiny just say you're dead? Did Destiny just say to this person you are dead? Lucy left. Oh my god, she's back. Humanity is saved. I had to go to the toilet. I'm sorry. I apologize. That's true. That's true, she is. That's her charm. I found the...
Exhausting.
all the time. We call it, like, the Taliban.
You're dead.
And if they probably said 1,000 times in chat today, like, yeah, I don't understand what you're saying. Like, we just did like the K911 shit, and we had like all of the fucking the music playing during the Reddit shit. Are they called shaheeds? No, shaheed is the martyr people. What do you call the call to prayer songs or whatever? I don't remember. Nasheeds, not shaheeds.
Let's try to make this productive.
Okay, we can make this productive, I guess, but I want to be clear, because one of the issues we're running into here is, like, you're doing the...
Imagine wanting to make things productive. Couldn't be me. I never make things productive. No, I do. Don't leave the stream. Don't leave the stream. I do make things productive. I try. I do try to make things productive. Don't go. Stay.
academic definitions of like racism and shit. And
No, she's not. No, she is not. At all. At all. That is not academic. This is a cliche is what this is. I guarantee you, if you actually asked her to break down what the reasons are for these things, because that's what...
I'm actually academic. If anyone's academic in here, it's me. I'm using the academic definition.
That academic definitions for things have motivations behind them. They're defined in such a way to perform a specific task.
President Sunday is very defensive of academia. But I guess that's good. I do like academia.
Or to conform to some specific intellectual lineage so that it can be conversant with something real. It's not just made up. It's not just complicated for the sake of being complicated. I don't think she understands any of this.
I don't really agree or run with any of these at all.
Exactly. That's what I was gonna say. Can we agree that you and I don't use language or don't analyze society in the same way? So I'm not going to be able to explain to you why something is racist because you fundamentally...
No, that's stupid. You're speaking English. You're conversing on the same topic. If you have this attitude where you're just in a different universe, so you can't argue your point, don't bring it up. Like, what are you doing?
I mean, that's true. True.
Okay, I hate this because academics can absolutely explain their reasonings about these things.
I mean,
like if you wanted to say there's a racial...
That is the whole point of academia, at least currently, to sort of spread the knowledge, at least in theory. I know that academia can be pretty gated, but in theory, at least, the point is to share and spread the knowledge.
Slant, in that, let's say, the imaginary for the Aliban part of Daliban is men with turbans and AK-47s. Yeah, sure. I don't think that's particularly pressing as an issue, but yeah, there's going to be an implicit racial component there, or at the very least, the invocation of a stereotype. But like, say that you have to say something. You can't just say, "Oh, well, what."
Say something. Come on.
I just can't tell you why it's racist because our brains just work differently. What is this?
Reject a lot of things that are crucial to my analysis.
Sure, you can explain it to me.
Okay, good.
Like, okay,
Our
you
brains just operate on different wavelengths. We just don't operate on the same wavelengths of brain chemistry.
explain it. I can understand. I probably understand a lot of these things better than you do because I've argued with these for like 13, 15 years.
Oh my god. Here we go. I understand this topic more than 99% of people. Also, arguing something for 13 years, it doesn't mean that you know more about it. You could have argued about it incorrectly for 13 years, so that doesn't exactly mean anything. I've argued about this for 13 years. What if you've argued bullshit for 13 years? Have you considered that might be a possibility? You know? Just arguing something for a long time does not make an argument for being knowledgeable about it. It could be an argument for being good at arguing for it, but you know?
Right? I've done a lot of this shit. I understand the point, but you
So far, I'm inclined to agree, and if I'm inclined to agree with Destiny on a point about his understanding of things like this, like,
Oh my gosh.
looking dire.
can't invoke common parlance when you're making hyper-specific
My
academic
point stands though.
references. That's not fair. So when you say like your community is racist, the invocation there is that like we're all running around spamming racial slurs, like hating different minorities, but the reality is well, you call yourselves the Taliban, and that's kind of a reference to the Taliban, and I associate the Taliban with brown people, or at least other people do, and you guys make fun of it, and in a way of making fun of that, you're kind of making...
No, that's not why
like,
people
that's-
think you're
yeah.
racist. That's like a sideline.
Okay, well that's what you just brought up. So
Yeah, it was
I don't even think he's racist. I think he's cynical. Like I don't know why we're not just go, like if you're gonna say this is why people think you're racist, you have a specific argument.
This he has been doing this for 15 years. Oh my god, 15 years. And he shrivels like a corn cob wherever do corn cobs shrivel? Whenever he encounters any competence. I didn't know. Wait, do corn cobs shrivel?
To bring to bear, and you need to have it prepared. We're an hour and 11 minutes in, and she's just staring into the camera like, no, that's not why. We just think too differently, and I can't explain it to you because you're just not at my level.
It was one example. Oh
And then
my
you
God,
brought up
now
saying
there's a lot of
inshallah.
weirdos
Do you
from
think
your
that, wait, do you
chat.
think Biden was being
Like a voice trainer tore him apart on Music Theory 101, and he's a music school dropout, so just imagine how much more of a lazy hack and a fraud he is, and all other things he has no education at. Well, to be fair, the voice trainer is quite knowledgeable on music and lives and breathes music and sound theory. That's how that works, you know? When somebody basically is interested in primarily in, I mean, voice training is a lot about is about sound theory. Lucy has destroyed Destiny. Lucy has been destroying Destiny for 15 years. Thank you, Rob Fortune. That is true. That is true.
racist when he said inshallah?
Do you think Biden used inshallah in the way that you... Oh my God. Okay, Destiny. No, seriously. Do you think you and I could reach any productive conclusion out of it?
I don't know.
Do you think you and I see racism in the
Do
same
you understand the words that are coming out of my mouth? Like in
Wait,
a
like-
comedy.
Why
No, we
would-
don't, but that's fine. But then, but
Okay,
it would be
so what's
nicer to
the
just,
point?
well, because you're,
That's an excellent question, Katie. What is the point? What is the point to this? Why are you here?
To gain clout or something.
Why are you here?
Nobody's streaming
because
today on
again, you're
Twitch.
invoking common parlance when you're referencing a hyper-specific pedantic use. So when you, like, often it's like, oh, and obviously, like, your community makes fun of
President Sunday is often accused of being pedantic.
Hassan in a racist way. Really? What, we call him a roach? We make, like, Turkish racial jokes? And you're like, well, no, you call him Hamas Piker, and because his name is Hassan, and that's a Turkish name, and Hassan is kind of close to Hamas just because...
This actually is nothing. This is from the 20th, so this is like 3 days ago. This has nothing to do with anything that has been going on with Hassan recently. Like, nothing at all.
his thing, and then you call him a Hamas Piker, and then he's also kind of brown when it's convenient to him. That's kind of that's a way different. You're like on a you're on like 17 levels of PhD racism there. To just say like you guys are racist.
I
What?
understand that
PhDs?
you reject that. I understand that you need to say, "Hey, we're the normies." I know a lot of people.
Was that not so erudite? Was that really? How do you know that was not so erudite? I didn't think that was. I don't know if that was not so erudite actually.
Who think that
Offer an alternative. Tell him how he should be thinking about this, because if you can't, then you're not the person for this conversation. This conversation has no purpose.
that your community, and the whole Hassan thing is very racist. I don't think that you and I are going to agree on it. You can say, hey, you shouldn't use your 17 layers of racism. I think you're capable, you're completely smart enough and capable enough to understand why
You're
the
a smart boy, Destiny.
things that you do have racist tones and are sometimes just blatantly racist.
No, I can get the
So I
racist
don't
tones and
need
I can
to
get the
explain it
undercurrents.
to you.
Sure, but then the word that you should be using instead of racist, you say they're problematic. And you know what? Problematic? I probably
No,
would, I probably agree with you on
actually
some
don't
things.
need. I actually don't need to like reduce my language so you feel less. I'm not even trying to morally condemn you. I'm
Okay,
using
that's
an
fine.
adjective
In that
I
case,
think
that's
is
fine. Then
apt.
I have to clarify for my audience, for people who are listening.
Oh, okay.
But you need to justify it, or else you look like a fool. It's the like, why are you talking? Why are you engaged in this at all if you're not willing to explain yourself or make yourself legible to the person you're talking to? What's the goal here?
To be on Destiny's stream? I mean, many people just come on Destiny's stream to be on it, to gain an audience or fame or money or whatever. Isn't that why most people go on Destiny to get that part of the DGG crowd or whatever? To become an orbiter?
If you go to Hamas
Like-
Piker right now, there's literally like 2 white people next to Hassan that have like the fucking headband. I don't even know if they're photoshopped or not. These stupid fucking Hamas headbands. That's another thing that I take issue with is the regardless of your academic definition, I take issue with the fact that you're saying like you wouldn't do this to white people. I'm one of the #1 haters of white people, okay? When it comes to shitting on people on Twitter and shit, or at least I was a while ago. The idea that like I would somehow use like kids clubs with white people is like insane. That's just not true at all.
No, it's not about kids. Okay, again, this is I don't even know if I want you to let me get dragged into this, because I know that you're smart enough to understand what I'm saying. Obviously, certain stereotypes are easier to enforce on some people than others. This is
pain.
not a complex concept. When I say you wouldn't do it to white people, I mean it's a lot fucking harder to make someone look like what DGG thinks terrorists look like when that person is brown and is named Hassan
Okay.
than when they're named Katie and is a girl
make
with
him-
small tits and white.
We don't make him
Come on.
look like, first of all,
Jesus, that was very specific. That was okay. I'm not sure I wanted to know all the details. President Sunday looks like he's having a wonderful time. That's true.
Hassan and you are probably like 3 shades away from being the same skin color. #1, okay?
How can you be so bitter when you just ate a cherry pie? Come on, President Sunday. You ate a cherry pie. Don't complain. Come on, man. I don't have a cherry pie. If I had a cherry pie right now, right here, I'd be smiling throughout this. But he just ate a cherry pie, and he's frowning. Ergo, what I got from this whole segment is President Sunday does not deserve cherry pie. Thank you.
Okay, Hassan is.
I think Hassan is white. Does that make you
Thank
feel
you.
any better?
Well, but then that kind of destroys your entire argument, your rant you just went on.
Oh my god. No, it doesn't.
#1.
But it does, because it does though. There's no
Destiny could call it Destiny destroys SJW. Like in the good old days.
like, what is the connection then? Why is she so insufferably stupid and arrogant? It's the Coca-Cola, man. Rots your brain.
Oh my god.
Here's the problem with Katie, okay? It's not that she's dumb. It's that she doesn't know very much and she thinks she's smart. And that makes you dumb. You
Thank
could
you.
have like
Up
the
for it,
top of the line processor up here, okay? Like you could be blessed with the fastest brain on earth. But if you think you know everything before even posing the question, then
I've got the fastest
you would have
brain.
been better off being really slow, but having the humility to actually find things out. She kept saying he was brown up to this point. What the fuck is she saying? I guess he's tan. So you just shed your white privilege by going to a tanning salon, apparently. Apparently. We'll give it 10 more minutes.
Okay, and then
Will we? No, we don't. This goes for a lot longer than 10 minutes. Don't lie to us, President Sunday. You're a liar, President Sunday. I can't believe this. Oh yeah, we're just gonna give it 10 more minutes or something. No, we're not. It's 30 more minutes. Don't.
yeah, #2. Even if everything you're saying is true, that's fine. All is fine. But the idea that I wouldn't make
Unless it's 10 minutes of Destiny and 20 minutes of President Sunday commentary, in which case you're forgiven, not forbidden, forgiven. Not forbidden. I cannot forbid you. I don't have that power.
like white people for the same thing is, I think, silly.
I did.
reverse
I don't
racism
have the
isn't real.
power to forbid you.
What people call reverse racism is just racism. So here's how I think about it. You have to keep in mind this whole prejudice plus power formulation. It doesn't have a lot to go for it. It's actually very poorly sourced. It comes from like a weird, little obscure document that nobody can even seem to find a copy of, and the reasons for it are not strong. The immediate problem with the prejudice plus power thing is, well, one, you can't actually make a systemic argument based upon prejudice plus power, because the prejudice is going to be of a psychological subject. Now, if you're talking about prejudice in the sense of the prejudicing of a system, well, then it's redundant, because the fact that one group within a society along racial lines has the power already entails that prejudice. So you just said the same thing twice. That's not very useful. And typically how the prejudice plus power formulation for racism is used in conversation is, this person in a conversation can say a slur and not be racist, but this person can't, because one party is part of a group that has power, therefore their prejudice makes it racist, whereas the other person's prejudice, which is otherwise formally identical, is not. That's not very compelling. For one, because literally it means that at some specific point, the scales could tip, so that something is a sequence of events has taken place, so that this group now has the right to be racist, and this one has lost the right to be, or the ability rather, to be racist. That's not very useful. How I think about it is this:
You have lost your
when we're talking about
racist
racism,
card.
regardless of whether we're talking about the racism of individual attitudes, or of systems, or of structures, or of institutions, what we're talking about fundamentally, like most isms, is an orientation towards the category race. And one of the reasons why the category of race is itself racist is because it insists upon a
I
category.
actually forgot that Sonsol was a thing. Thank you for reminding me that Sonsol exists.
Fairly arbitrarily.
Is he still a thing? Does he still stream? Does he still do anything? Is Sonsol still a thing?
More or less by taking itself for granted. There's actually nothing scientifically to commend the idea of race as a category that we must observe when we're talking about people. Unless we're talking about in the context of racial systems that also presume that, which is where we live. So in the context of, like, say, North America, for example, due to the specific racialized history of that country and the people who inhabit it, some extreme cases being certain populations at one point could be
I know
held
that
as slaves for a
Slipknot
long
Ken
period
is
of time,
still a thing.
or who didn't have the right to vote, or didn't have like free mobility, or so on and so forth. As a consequence of that, there is a tendency of the system as is, even if those situations have been alleviated to some
President
extent.
Sunday is giving us a lecture.
Thing that caused them has been either made illegal or removed or whatever. The course of events is such, if the system runs as is, that certain people will be at an advantage and other people will be at a disadvantage. And it spirals off in myriad complex ways that recreate that same disadvantaging of some groups over others, and so on and so forth. And so to that extent, you can have a system that has no consciousness, has no capacity for hating people, still be racist. You can also have individuals who judge people on the basis of a racial category. They have this idea of a body of people that is part of this thing called a race, and they make judgments about them on that basis, or they have attitudes towards them on that basis, and that's racist. And what's great and elegant about this approach is that there is no situation, even totally benign ones, where it doesn't apply. Why? Because you can actually have a situation where, and it actually has conditions, like racially neutral.
One day I will also ascend and be able to give lectures such as these.
Conditions for alleviation. You can actually identify ways in which a system is slanted on this basis and undermine them. You can actually determine ways in which a person's attitude is conditioned by their ideas about race and undermine them, and you can actually correct that situation. The problem with the prejudice plus power formulation is that it insists on two things. First, the staticness of the status quo, because otherwise there could be a situation in which power is shifted so that one person's prejudice no longer counts as racial, even though it's still oriented around race, which doesn't make any sense. And in addition, it the flip side of this is that at a certain point in time, a certain arbitrary point in time, someone's going to have to, of logical necessity, be able to point and go, well, hang on a sec. Oh, this group has the power now. Something's happened. There's been an overcorrection maybe. And now this group's able, we would never accept that. You see how it doesn't make sense? Like it's so I hate that this understanding has proliferated because it doesn't tell you anything. Like it's sociologically useless.
I didn't say that.
Okay,
I
I'm sorry.
said
It seemed like you heavily implied, because I feel like you said verbatim, you wouldn't make these jokes at white people. I thought you said that almost verbatim.
okay, listen
I don't
to
make
me.
mean jokes.
Oh,
It is easier to have a man who is brown, to have a man who's named Hassan, to have a man that has dark hair. It's easier to make him look like whatever picture of a terrorist that Americans have when they think about terrorists than would take. Do you know how I look like?
I understand what you're saying. Okay, I get you what you're
Thank
saying.
you.
Okay, you are racist, okay? I'd never even
Okay.
factored any of these things in. The color of his
Okay.
hair, don't we have the, am I retarded? Don't we have the same color hair? Am I
Because she made it badly, probably.
crazy? Wait, what color is my hair? I never thought of any of these things. Also, we don't make him look like
You
a
don't
terrorist.
think
Katie, I don't know
about
what it
any
means.
of those
I don't know what it means to
things.
make
Oh my
somebody look like a
God.
terrorist, Katie. When we just put a headband on him, is that all it takes for him to look like a terrorist to you?
President Sunday, I think you're coming at it from a lens of analyzing historical events in context. Well, I think colloquial usage is in the moment and it's more fine. Well, no, because it's making judgments that specifically invoke historical events in context. That's the problem. That power part of prejudice plus power, that's historical events in context, my dude.
That sounds like you have problems, okay? I don't know what problems you got when it comes to racism or
God, she's going into full misery mode. She terrifies me.
built in, whatever. I have no idea, okay? Like, I'm pretty
understand.
sure there's more Photoshop, like hardcore Photoshop pictures of me as a weird terrorist racist. Like, there's the ones of me and Osama bin Laden. There's the one of that Salim bin whatever the fuck guy from Saudi Arabia. Like, I'm pretty sure people
Steven.
Photoshop me into more of this shit than
You're a dirty bird, Steven.
Hassan or any other fucking Middle Eastern person ever. But so I don't know. That's if you think that if you think that we're making him
fine.
racist or we're making him look weird because it's some undercurrent of racism, that's fine. I understand what you're saying. I just hardcore disagree. If it starts to permeate my community more, I'll keep an eye out for it. But
No. First of all,
But
I'm
it
not
won't because
criticizing
my
you
co-
for
my
it.
community is
No,
best.
I'm saying that
My
I don't
community
think
is
you
best
care
community.
about racism, and I don't think you care about this racism. So I wouldn't ask you to watch out for it. You had a lot of people talk to you about racism. I don't think you care. I'm gonna make this very clear now. I understand that you were very successful in baiting me into having this discussion by asking me to describe what's racist and then just say, "Oh, that's ridiculous. I would never think about these things." Obviously, you're smart enough to know that
But
no
you
one
had no argument. You started this off by trying to say that if he was consistent by being hostile or prejudiced against Islam as a religious category, that therefore he would also be anti-Semitic.
is actively thinking about these things. These are called implicit biases that are very complex. I'm not having this discussion with you
I
because
hate that we're watching two discussions in which I'm 100% on Destiny's side here. Because, dear God,
you said you know all the talking points.
I mean, even the mosquito experts said that mosquitoes should be eliminated because they're basically useless to the ecosystem. So even the mosquito experts are racist against mosquitoes, just so you know.
You are smart enough to know exactly what I mean.
I agree.
But,
Listen, I agree
but,
with.
no, let me finish. But I'm sure this works great on your audience that is
Gotcha.
not very smart.
Gotcha. Okay, I understand everything you're saying in terms of
I'm smart.
implicit bias and everything. Okay.
yeah, win him over by calling them all stupid. That's smart. Good play. Good play, Katie.
If somebody showed up on my stream and I saw a picture and they were Muhammad bin Salid and they were super brown and I'm like, look at this, another Hamas supporter, you might have a legitimate argument. But you were
Your viewers are all troglodytes.
reducing Hassan completely to, I guess, his ethnic background and then claiming that there is a whole classification of ways to make fun of him that I can't even get into, even if it fits perfectly because of where he comes from. That's just weird to me.
Okay.
But I understand
Then-
maybe we disagree on that because you think that there's so many implicit biases at play here that even if he does fit those things, like for instance, if a black person was running around acting like a monkey, I still shouldn't call them a monkey because of all the other undercurrent
Probably,
and
yeah.
implied things. So maybe I understand you agree that maybe we just draw the
Good.
line at a way different place.
We do,
sure.
which is my point.
Okay.
I'm glad to hear that you didn't think about those things. I didn't think that you think about those things.
Okay.
Obviously,
I don't think most of the people do, but
I
I think the
don't
only ones that do are
think,
Hassan's fan
period.
base. Here, riddle me this one, Katie. I'm curious. Do you think it was racist?
Can I finish a point?
Go ahead.
Okay.
Can you let me
I
finish?
think it's very obvious that even if you thought a black person was acting like a monkey, you should probably not say that because it will be racist to say that. You can disagree, and we have different thresholds. As you said, that's fine. I think I've let you know that many people find this whole Hassan thing incredibly racist.
What does it mean to be? What does it mean to behave like a monkey? That's what I'm curious about actually. What does it mean to act like a monkey? Nice.
But as you said, and as I said,
Racist against a white person, according to you.
you don't give a fuck about that, so it doesn't
Sure.
matter.
Here's a reason why I don't give a fuck about it, okay? Do you think it was racist when they were spamming,
Ooh,
calling me Gusano?
someone was watching Shuon Head. Exposed. Exposed for watching Shuon Head. Ooh. Someone's a Shuon Head simp. Simp, simp, simp. Do you remember when Destiny said in 3 months Vaush and Shuon Head are gonna be dating? I remember that. True. I remember when. Hello, Rudinho, Rudinho Bunyol, Rudinho Bunyol. Hello, welcome to the stream, first time chatter. You're one of the brave Twitch warriors who are actually watching me on Twitch, which I'm very happy that you're here because I'm desperate to have some Twitch viewers, and you're building my Twitch viewer base, which actually makes it worth for me to stream on Twitch to begin with. Because otherwise, I'm not even sure at this point why I'm multi-streaming, but you make it worth, so thank you. I am so grateful to have you here. So yeah. What was I talking about? I lost my trail of thought. I've trailed off.
Gusano.
Ooh. Do I think it was racist?
Of course it is. Of course it is. The
Do
question
you
is,
have what? What are you? Huh? What are you asking me? Ask me. Oh no, I have a bad feeling about this. But can you specify your question? I have no idea what you mean. I don't know what that means. I need to see if I can re-up my Prime sub on Twitch, please.
is whether it matters. Like the cracker slur? It's a racial slur. Not important. Doesn't do a lot of...
Twitch, I didn't say it. Twitch, I did not say that. Twitch, don't ban me. I did not say the word. I know the word is forbidden on Twitch. President Sunday said it on a video. I did not say it. Thank you. I needed to do the whole thing. Because otherwise, Twitch would have destroyed me. Oh, I mean, I am pretty chilled out, yeah. It's pretty surprising. I'm Polish and I don't know it. I am pretty chilled out. I did not know this slang even though I'm Polish. I've never heard it before.
damage. Not particularly serious. Doesn't have the kind of baggage that other slurs do. But it's a racial slur. It's
I am
linguistically
pretty
a slur,
relaxed if you're asking.
and it's deployed
Yes.
against people on the basis of a racial identification. Same with that one. Like, it's like, yeah, it's not up there with the N-word. Doesn't mean the same thing. It's this is pretty basic.
It's sort of
Okay, hold
entertaining
on.
to watch
I'm
with
sorry.
Lucy.
The
Why,
fact that
thank
you have to think about this, I'm not interested in any of your opinions on this. But that's the reason why I don't really care when they say like, "Oh, you're being racist."
Something else.
Okay?
No, I
no,
can't
you're
really talk
totally,
about the Gusano thing.
you're totally disqualified from the rest. I don't care about this. I don't care about any of your opinions on racism.
Okay.
All right.
I'm
so,
gonna finish what I was gonna say.
Okay.
Or else.
I'm not an American,
Or else.
and I've actually asked on Twitter about it because I didn't even know what Gusano
It's
was.
X.
When everyone started mocking
Yeah,
me
I'm from
about it,
Poland.
and I
I'm,
had to DM a bunch of people about what it
I'm the biggest Polish trans streamer. Yeah. I'm the biggest Polish trans streamer.
means, and they're like, it's a slur, it's about this, it's about that. So that would be very hard for me to say. I simply don't have the cultural context for that.
Okay.
I apologize.
Sure. Let's assume that I'm being honest, and the cultural context is
Where did you wait? Where did you think I was from?
anybody that left Cuba, you assume that they supported Batista, supported the plantations and the slave ownership, and, you know, hated all left-leaning socialists around the world because they were trying to liberate the peoples of the world, blah, blah. You may
Destiny's only Cuban when it can use it. Well, it's here. Okay, so he's actually putting his finger on something important here. Not everybody who fled Cuba because they were landlords, but Destiny had his mother on stream recently, and she was talking about how he would have loved growing up on his grandfather's plantation. So it's like, okay, you know.
Oh, thank you for the Prime subscription. Thank you.
made all of those assumptions
Thank
just because
you.
of their background, that their parents came from Cuba. Do you
You're
think
really generous today. Thank you for the multiple types of subscriptions. It helps a lot. It actually helps a lot.
Fuck it, let's just discourage.
If any of you have a Prime sub, by the way, on Twitch, head on to Twitch and sub.
Any slur use. I think different slurs matter differently. Like, I mean, idiot or imbecile can be used as a slur. They are.
Because right now I'm streaming both on Twitch and on YouTube, so you can support me by giving me your Prime as well.
Slurs. It's a different level of significance. Not all slurs are created equal.
that that's a
Oh.
racist term to call somebody a gusano?
okay.
That's what gusano means, worm. It was a traitor to the revolution, to the revolution. Castro.
Slur discourse, the
not
only
actually a racial
discourse.
term though, because it's not deployed against people on the basis of race. It's deployed against people on the basis of class. It's calling them class parasites.
Just
They're
don't use slurs. It's not difficult. I don't do it. Why can't people not do it?
parasites on the working class. That's the word actually means worm. That's what it refers to. It gets a little weird if you're a non-Cuban, for example, using that term in particular when it's not familiar to you. But it's
Cuba.
a little specific, a little bit more specific than that.
Goose.
It's not a slur against Cubans. It's a slur against Cubans by other Cubans on the basis of a material relationship, not a racial one.
Do you think it'd be
Again,
weird? No. Assume what I'm
wouldn't
saying. Let's
know-
say, assuming what I'm saying is true, would it be racist to call like a child of a Cuban immigrant like a gusano?
again, I wouldn't know if it's racist because I don't have the racist context for this word.
The
so
racist
it's
context
weird
would be
to ask
you're
me about it.
insulting someone.
Gusano is not racist, nice. Well, I think it can be. Like, if I were to use it, for example, because I knew that he was Cuban, then it would be. Because I'm only using
can
it in
feed
that
ducks
case because
beans.
he's Cuban, right? For a Cuban to use it is a different story, right? For someone for whom that's like a natural term, that's different. Because what would be appropriate for me is to say, like, unless I'm referring to like groups that have been referred to as such in an historical context, in such a way as it becomes difficult to refer to them without like reconstructing another like lexicon over it. I would refer to him as like fleeing, his family's like fleeing landlords or something, right?
I didn't even know Hassan was an
Does
atheist.
Gasano mean class trader? It implies
I-
class trader. Gasano means worm.
My knowledge of Hassan is so limited.
the
I've never
implication is that
watched
it's a
him. I've
worm
never engaged with his
leeching
stuff.
off of the working class. 'Cause
I know
they were like landlords.
the
of
biggest
the-
thing I know about Hassan is that he has horrible views on Ukraine, and that is enough for me to sort of dislike him.
Somebody just based on their like the birthplace of their parents.
I insult people based.
Isn't this similar to the Cecil argument of race traders for the black community? Well, the difference is that there's an actual racial invocation there. It's not, strictly speaking, based
I've
upon
never-
relationships. So Gasano refers
I
to.
think Hassan is about the only streamer that I've never actually watched. I think I've basically watched all known streamers apart from Hassan. Every single one.
landlords and property owners that fled Cuba when Marxists took over. The sea slur
And now I watch none.
refers to
There's no
people who are
time.
treated as selling out their
Have
race
you watched me?
specifically
Of course.
to whiteness or to whatever.
More than Hassan.
It's different. Like there's
Known
there's a
streamers.
strong racial invective attached
Known.
there. It also specifically comes
Known streamers. Streamers that people know about. Not. Oh, you're horrible. Watched Hassan for like 30 minutes and never came back. Silently arise. Hello.
from, hang on. I'm not going to put it on stream, but we covered this in the FD Signifier video.
I'm just gonna watch this for 10 minutes longer. What a liar. What a Weasley little liar, dude. I also know, I guess I know Hassan for this meme. What a Weasley little liar, dude. What a Weasley little liar. Weasley little
The
liar.
sea slur derives from a minstrel character called Zip Coon.
Vosh
which
has
are
read all
1930s by a
theory,
white
and you
actor in
watch all
blackface.
streamers, apart
So
from
the
Hassan.
difference is that the sea slur originally targets black people by white people. That's the
apart
distinction.
from Hassan Piker.
It's a
Liar.
It's a different thing. Using Gasano as a non-Cuban is like motivated by an ethnic national difference. Using the sea slur as a black person is still
The
invoking
sea
a
slur.
specifically racial
Cat.
thing. Different kinds of things.
Cat is a slur now, apparently. The sea slur.
It's all like they're all very different.
I knew it would happen.
It really
Sooner or
matters
later.
who is saying it when and to whom and why.
People who don't know me, all my viewers are fake. They know you. At least I know you.
Then wait, then why can't I? What's wrong with me insulting Hassan then?
I thought you weren't insulting him based on... Do you think racism is just insulting someone based on where they were born?
What part
It
of
could be a part of it.
calling him Hamas Piker is even problematic then? If that
Are
wasn't
racial differences not material? No, racial differences are ideological because there are no
Cats have
underlying
been known
racial
to attack
categories
ducks from
between
time
people.
to time. That's true.
what you were implying, that it's because he's from the Middle East.
Yeah, I know, right? Minefield. I had to think for a second before I read that name. I was like, okay, proper noun. It's okay, but fuck.
Doing the Hassan thing with you again. Are you f***ing serious? Did we just say that we don't have the common language to discuss this, and you
course
don't
it's a
even
slur.
care
Kitten
about
is
this?
the
That's fine,
acceptable
okay, I
term.
agree. This, by the way, the macro
I'm
pull out
sorry.
of this conversation is one of the
apologize.
reasons why I will say I'm Islamophobic is because white progressives like yourself have no tools with which to criticize people that are like minority people who are engaging in.
Yeah, I think Kulak is a potential example.
What?
Let's see. But by the same token, I think someone, for example, who doesn't speak Russian, using the word kulak, sort of implicitly highlights the ethnicity of the person you're targeting.
What?
So you can get into that territory there.
An obvious racism.
Whoa, 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 whoa. That's not true, President Sun. Hold on. Wait, what? What did he just... What? I'm from Poland. I don't speak Russian. That is a term that has been used in the Soviet bloc. In Poland as well. Hold on. That's wrong. That's come on. That's not remotely about it. No, I cannot agree with this. No. I don't know. Maybe Karasu, are you still here? I don't agree with this point. No, I simply disagree.
More obvious xenophobia. You can't do it because of all of the academic
We
like
need to talk
shackles
to Sunday now. True.
that you've got on your understanding of the world, in my opinion. But this is why,
Okay.
yeah.
Do you
But
want me to respond to that, or do you feel
if you
like...
want to, go for it.
Okay. I think... what was it?
Oh, okay. What was the claim? That kulak can have a racist connotation if you don't speek Russian.
Yeah.
Do you
Listen.
want me...
You've got obvious.
So you can sort of implicitly hide, for example, he doesn't speak Russian. But by the
Listen, the claim is gonna be here now, okay?
let's see. But by the same token, I think someone
Okay, I
for
have
whom
to
someone
go further back. Yeah, I'm gonna go back.
for example, is a potential example.
That are like minority
Okay, let's
people
see.
who are engaging in
Yeah, I think Kulak is a potential example.
I don't think so. No, I just disagree on the kulak thing. I totally disagree. Kulak is a slur? No, that's absolutely not.
But by the same token, I think someone, for example, who doesn't speak Russian, using the word kulak, sort of implicitly highlights the ethnicity of the person you're targeting.
Absolutely not. No.
So you can get into that territory.
No.
There.
No. I don't agree. What do you say, Karasu? You're also from the Eastern Bloc, so what is your opinion? I just don't agree. The word is just too common in the Eastern Bloc countries to make this claim that it can go into this territory if you don't speak Russian. Hello, Malakilab. Hello, Thrita11. Hello. Welcome to the Twitch. Build the Twitch audience. So here's the thing. Any word can eventually become a slur and is used in racial term. Here in Central Eastern Europe, we do not associate kulak as a slur or racial. Yeah, which defeats the whole argument that if you don't speak Russian, it can be used as a racial slur. I don't speak Russian, and kulak, which is the Polish version of the word, is just a word to me, you know? Like, the part that I strongly disagree with is the if you don't speak Russian part. Because I don't speak Russian. Maybe I will soon. I will learn it, but I don't speak it in general. Kulak doesn't mean Russian rich pharma. It means, in the West, it could take on a quality that, like, I know what it means, but it's. I'm totally not Malaki in your chat. Can you say something in Polish? Mam na imię Lucy I jestem największą trans streamerką w Polsce. I just said something in Polish. I don't think the claim is about not speaking Russian as much, but out of context, it can be used as a. I mean, that is fair. I mean, I could see people from some countries using it out of context as a slur, but I do think that we should be specific, right? And I did not like the if you don't speak Russian, it could go into that territory. Because I don't speak Russian. I'm not sure if you speak Russian, Karasu, actually, but you know what I mean? That's beautiful. Oh, thank you. Is Polish nice? Polish is nice. Best language? Oh, thank you. I didn't think I would be ever praised for my Polish, but here we are. Did you just clip me saying President Sunday is incorrect? Oh boy. Yeah, I don't hear it much. Like a Marxist-Leninist using kulak to refer to Ukrainians. I mean, there was a term used against Ukrainians a lot. I don't think that was the claim, Lucy. I think it was a less extended claim that outside of context a word can be used as a slur. Listen, the wording was not very nice, okay? He did word it not okay. And President Sunday is very specific about wording, so I think it's okay for me to correct his wording, okay? But but point taken about what he means. I do accept that that is what he meant by what he said. I do accept that that is what he meant. Which at the end of the day is the most important thing in the world.
Racism. We're all
But I will add that I've actually in the real world never heard people use kulak as a slur. I've actually never heard people use kulak in everyday speech at all. I actually only encountered the word in history books.
obvious xenophobia. You can't do it because
I don't think I've ever heard an English speaker use the word kulak.
all of the academic like shackles that you've got on your understanding of the world, in my opinion. But this is why,
Okay.
yeah.
Do you want me?
You could teach him about kulaks, though. I wonder if it's just. I think President Sunday knows about kulaks. I think President Sunday knows what kulaks are. President Sunday is quite well versed when it comes to a lot of things. Did you say that you're the biggest Polish trans streamer in Polish? Yes, I have. Which city are you from, by the way? I'm from Warsaw, the capital of Poland. Kevin Logan is an even worse offender. He conflates kulak and gulag. Oh gosh.
To respond to that, or do you feel?
If you want to, go for it.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure President Sunday is familiar with the term and what it meant historically, etc., etc.
I think.
At least the way he spoke about it sort of implied that he knew what it was.
What was it? Me left is progressive bad something.
Okay, never mind. What if you didn't?
Krakow should be the real capital of Poland. Embrace tradition. I mean, Krakow is a beautiful city and it was not destroyed, so I'm not against it. It is the real capital. I mean, it used to be the capital until it was moved to Warsaw. And then Warsaw got destroyed and rebuilt in a realist way. And Krakow wasn't. Krakow is still beautiful.
Didn't understand what I said. You don't need to respond to it. Okay. Do you want me to read the next part of your message? And then on...
It has a
No.
really beautiful synagogue in it as well. Krakow is really nice. I went there. Really nice city.
Oh no, I do want to respond to
Wait,
it.
hold on. I'm going to set a qualifier now. If you want to respond to what I just said, you need to summarize what I said first, and then you can respond to it.
Okay. You said that you don't like to have these conversations with people, probably referring to people calling you out on racism, saying that you are not putting enough
Okay,
care.
you didn't
blah, blah,
listen
blah,
at
blah,
all.
blah.
Let me restate what I said. What I said was one of the reasons why I did the I'm Islamophobic card is because I find that white progressives are unable to criticize any minority person when they're acting racist or xenophobic or hateful. They can't do it. And I feel
Just
like
rolled my eyes in real life just now.
this conversation is a little bit emblematic of that. That's what I said.
Because I came here to criticize some minority. What minority?
No,
did I
because you
come
just
here to
went through like
criticize?
Olympic tier levels of mental gymnastics to try to explain why using a slur to a child of an immigrant.
So you're one of those police box booths? Do you mean a TARDIS? A police box booth is like a TARDIS, right? You use it to travel in time and space.
Immigrant from another country is actually okay, but calling someone Hamas piker because they support Hamas is bad.
Steven, I recommend you look back at the VOD and see that at no point did I try saying that to a child is okay. I actually told you that I have no ability to engage with this term, and then you disrespected it by trying to portray me as something that I'm not and didn't do to
So
make a point.
I didn't tell you that. I said just assuming what I'm saying is true. So maybe what I'm saying isn't true, so that would change your conclusion. I said assuming what I'm saying is true. Would you agree that this is like a slur or it's racist or something?
I'm so checked out of this conversation, I swear.
How can I tell you that something is racist when we literally don't agree on the definition of racism, Steven?
What is your definition of racism?
Oh my god. Oh my god. As we say in Krakow, miałeś Kraków postawić cię na słupie. It means you had a crack in your ass and they put you on a pole. Refers to statue of the King Zygmunt III Waza in Warsaw. He moved the capital to Warsaw. True. That is true. That is true and real. But think of it like this. Thanks to the fact that the capital was moved, Warsaw is now ugly and Krakow is now beautiful. So, in a way, it ended up being a win. This whole debate has been like this. I need to visit Krakow. There's so many nice places. I really should visit Krakow and do a stream from Krakow. I should do a vlog type stream when I would go through the streets of Krakow and show the audience just how nice Krakow is as a city. It really is a nice place. They haven't established what racism is this whole time. I recommend anyone that visits Poland to go to Krakow, actually. Many nice places to see.
Do you want to discuss racism?
That is the plus
Just
of
give
it,
me,
yeah.
can you, in the time that it took you to sigh and ask that question, I feel like you could have just given me a coherent definition. Do you have one?
No, I can't.
Okay, then we don't have to talk about it.
I can. Racism is the ideological orientation of behaviors, attitudes, and systems and institutions around the idea of race.
Did they refuse to even define what they're talking about? Did I just hear that right? They refuse to even define their terms? What is the point of talking then if you're not even gonna agree to define your terms? Hello, Kartoniarz. Are you also from Krakow? Welcome to the stream. If you have a Prime sub, consider subbing. I'm surprised that so many Polish people are tuning into the Twitch right now. How did you find this stream, if it's okay to ask? How did you stumble into Lucy Haze? How did you find this stream? Or who recommended it? Also follow me on Twitch. So maybe that I can catch up with follows. My grandpa fought for the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. Your grandpa fought for the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. Gosh. How old was your grandpa? The Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth ended in 1795. Lucy, this will never end. What's next? It'll end in a few minutes. Literally, it will end in 9 minutes. Don't be so impatient. This ends in 9 minutes. It will end. This is almost over. Was looking for some nice political stream and came here from Twitch main. Oh, okay, thank you. My grandfather fought for Monte Cassino. I lived for 103 years. Then my father for 94. He died last. I see. He lived for 103 years. That is. I'm pretty sure the Commonwealth ended more than 103 years ago.
Taking race for granted is a thing that exists, and that can be the basis of determinations. Boom! We got it! Took 5 seconds.
Okay.
Wait, hold on. When did he die? When did he live?
The next part of your message was, in a Middle Eastern context, you said that Middle Easterns are anti-Semitic by thinking these conspiracies. Well, I don't contest, some do. I was contesting that assertion since you do
I'm
not
78 right now. Oh, damn.
have hard data on it. I then offered my own theories for what
I do like talking about the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, so you've come to the right place.
I think would lead to anti-Semitism sentiment, not the American one / conspiracies.
Yeah, after an hour and a half, she can't defend. She's like, just come up with anything. Just say power plus prejudice at this point. Like, seriously.
That's
True.
not the only way
Vampire.
anti-Semitism works or functions. Okay, I don't know if we have to agree or disagree. I don't know if that's even important. You
Expand upon that. I got an hour-long video expanding upon that, okay? I'm tired.
in regards to Zionists
Lazy.
and Jews, I know
It's
many
more like
Middle East
it. You're
use those words
lazy.
interchangeably, making it difficult to determine which sentiments are anti-Semitic and which are anti-Zionist, with the word Jew instead of Zionist, since they use them interchangeably.
Oh gosh, it's
I would
almost
say that
2
anything
a.m.
that involves the worldwide or historical discussion of Jewish people, like controlling everything and all of that, I would say all of those are anti-Semitic, whether they're conflating the word Zionist or Jew or not. I don't even know how important this is, I guess. Do we need to, like, come to terms on anything before we move forward in the conversation, or do we have to...
Damn.
Wait, so
I've actually got a Twitch audience now. This is amazing. This is the best day ever. And to think I was considering not streaming today.
So if all of that is anti-Semitic, if people are conflating the terms, then is there any way to address Zionist lobbying in a way that isn't anti-Semitic?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. How?
What?
You would say, I don't support Zionist lobbying.
Oh my god.
Okay, so
Is this for real? You've got to be kidding me, Katie. You've got to be kidding me. Why you're transgender? That's easy. That one's an easy question to answer. I'm transgender because I'm not cis.
I mean,
That is my answer to your question. I am transgender because I am not cis.
good luck saying I don't support Zionist lobbying and not being cast as a anti-Semite anyways, but...
I mean, that is true, President Sunday, but the point stands pretty much.
then what's the
Largely due to the success of Zionist lobbying, but I digress.
Is it because you would say Jewish when you were confused about it? Okay. I see.
Okay. I don't know if you understand the point, but whatever. Okay. Okay. Moving on. Okay, so...
Whoa.
Okay, so the reason why I don't make fun of the Jewish religion, then, I don't believe you've satisfactorily defended a reason why that you gave before. So I'm going to go with the reason why I say it's just because I don't know very many things about the Jewish religion to criticize, and if I do,
I agree.
nobody seems to care because Jews don't usually give a fuck, or at least the ones that do aren't on the internet. And when most people are criticizing Jewish people, they're not like hitting on the religion. It's usually weird, like anti-Semitic tropes. So this is why I'm not usually like criticizing the Jewish religion, because who the fuck cares? Every single time I talk to a Muslim about this and they say, you don't make Jew jokes, I'm like, well, what the fuck would I even criticize Jews for? And they always bring up like that weird,
goodness.
foreskin sucking circumcision ritual or whatever. And I'm like, bro, I don't know a single Jewish person in my life that defends this. I don't think any of them would give a fuck. And literally none of them have. So like, that's usually why I just don't, there's not many Jew jokes to make about like the religion itself. Do you disagree with my rationale there? Do you think I'm missing something, or I'm hiding something, or I'm just not aware of something, or?
Well, yeah. I mean, I agreed with a lot of things you said. I don't think you know what element of Judaism would be objectionable to you. It's interesting that you said that you haven't met Jewish people that defend it, because that's just part of the circumcision process. So I wonder if they just like will.
Hold on, you're
refuse to
telling me that the
circumcise
average Jew that gets his child circumcised has a rabbi there sucking the blood out of the foreskin? You think that's an average Jewish experience in the United States?
in the United States?
Is it an average Jewish experience in Israel? Is that normal?
Actually, let me Google it.
My guess is going to
Use
be
my
in the
emotes.
more like
got my
extremist
emotes.
communities, or the fundamentalist ones, or the Hasidic guys, or whatever, maybe. But my guess would be probably not. But maybe it is. Percentage of Jews, Israel. Is it rabbi suck blood, circumcision?
What?
Metzitza bepeh, direct oral
Metzitza
suctioning.
בברית המילה.
Yeah, there you go. Oh, fuck, great. Now the FBI is contacting me. Okay, when a baby is circumcised, some ritual Jewish circumcisers, mochalim, do a practice called, whatever the fuck you just said.
Apparently, they use a special tube out of glass.
Okay.
Interesting. But yeah, it's a part of the circumcision process.
Well, wait. Hold on. You just said that they don't do it anymore, or?
No, I didn't say any of that. From what I'm reading, it seems that Halacha says that it's an essential part of the Brit Milah, of the Brit, and they do it to this day, but some of them use a special tube out of glass for the sucking. That's what I'm reading.
Gotcha. Okay. So, I truly don't know, and I've never looked up the numbers on this before. So being super honest, literally just the Wikipedia here. Oral suction. The ancient method of practicing mitzvah has become controversial. The process has
That's kind of racist to read it like that.
the mohel place his mouth directly in the infant's
Yeah, see,
genital.
that's racist. There you go.
Great minds think alike. President Sunday also voiced the unvoiced, okay? That was so obviously racist that I said it, President Sunday said it. It was just, I'm sorry. It was just, it had to be said. Like, Jesus. Destiny, come on.
There's anti-Semitism. See, that's an example. Katie.
Unironically, yeah. Like, what? What was that?
Got an example there. He's making fun of the
The
language.
language, yeah.
To wound to draw blood away from the cut. The vast majority of rabbinical Jewish circumcision ceremonies do not use this anymore, but some Haredi Jews continue to perform it, while traditional Karayites in Beta Israel never practiced it.
Especially since Hebrew is, all things considered, not that difficult to pronounce, so same brain cell. True. Same brain, same cell.
It seems like this is not a thing that happens much.
Finally, some proper anti-Semitism in here. Dear God.
I would. Oh my God, President Sunday. Oh my gosh, President Sunday.
And she's not going to catch it. It's going to go...
I cannot believe this. What is this tradition, although? I don't know, greater ain't. Beats me. Beats me.
Yeah, I'm reading.
So
I think it really depends on the type of people.
Well,
But
he
I don't-
just gave you the example. Like, that's a thing to respond to right there. There, boom. You got it. And it's... just,
I don't doubt that secular Jews would refuse to do that. That seems weird.
Well, I mean, probably
that they would
disease
get rid
transfer
of.
and stuff. It seems like herpes and stuff was a big thing that people kept worrying about. But
Is there a song request? Of course.
okay, so I
But
can't
you
use
need
that
to
one, I guess,
donate.
since most Jews
Okay?
don't even do it.
If you want a song, you will have to donate bits or subscribe. 10,000 bits minimum for a song. And you can request a song and I will sing it. I will sing a karaoke song if you pay 10,000 bits. That's my price tag for a song. You can make a request. Sure. Pay for it. Pay for it with your money.
Let alone defend it.
Or be
Oh,
me.
this is the worst.
What?
This is the
What
worst.
did I just say? Wait. What did I just say that didn't make sense right there?
I think they meant to play on stream. And of course it cannot be copyright because the stream will just get shut down.
Most Jews don't do it, and most Jews don't defend it. And then you said what? What part of those two statements didn't you understand?
Because you said that I guess you can't use that, but if it's not used commonly, then you
I mean, I'm
can't.
pretty sure the circumcision used to have some health-related reasons. Just as the whole diet thing within Judaism had some sort of like health, like the whole kosher thing is definitely health-related. Okay.
And
Okay, we're jumping forward in time by 20 minutes, okay?
Jump.
Life's
Do
too
the
short.
jump.
And I'm saying,
is long.
yeah, you clearly don't know that there are a lot of things about Judaism that you probably wouldn't like the same way that you don't like about Islam. But with Islam, it's about, well, I see a lot of people defending the books, so Islam is bad, and with
Oh,
Judaism,
okay, so this is the entire... So that's literally all she's here for. It's like, hey, Steven, you know, you said you don't like Islam, but you know that Judaism kind of sucks too? That's it. Like, what is... 2 hours for this? Why? Why? Also, no, lest we forget. Calling Hassan Piker Hamas Piker is racist because he's brown, but...
I will need to look into it. I'm not gonna take you at your word. I'm gonna look up the circumcision, but I'm very positive that kosher has its roots in health-related things, in food spoiling, etc.
but also he's white. All right, my next killing me. Where am I going to send you?
Right. We watched President Sunday, and now I want to talk about something. We're either gonna... What is this? I hate the person I became. Keffels renounces, admits guilt? What is this? It's from 2 hours ago. You want me to watch this? At Twitch, it won't be taken down. At most, VOD will be muted at some point, but stream won't be taken down. True, but I'm also streaming on YouTube. So, you know, it's like I'm not worried about Twitch as much as I'm worried about YouTube, actually. YouTube is a much more pain in the ass when it comes to these things. When it comes to copyright, YouTube is actually much more annoying. But if you want me to sing, donate. Don't listen to the lol. Well, I have to listen to the lolicon. We're gonna be debating genocide tomorrow, just so you know. I mean, I don't monetize streams. I don't monetize the streams. I don't ever monetize the streams. So I don't really care about the monetization on the streams. I only monetize the VODs. Like, you can look at the studio. We don't monetize the stream VODs. We just monetize the segments that we produce. I do know Jacek Kaczmarski. Do we want to watch the Capoose thing? Let me check something. We're gonna... I do talk about Polish stuff from time to time. On this stream, you can check my VODs on YouTube. And comment and subscribe and all that good stuff. Let me see. Okay, we're gonna talk about that. So, we're gonna talk about a little bit about a nice, cute topic. Let's listen to Jacek Kaczmarski then. Only if you donate. Only if you donate. That's my rule. You donate, and I do songs. Damian Duda. Couldn't he? Where's the... What happened to my lips? Okay, let's go. Home. I'm gonna be so happy with this one. You're gonna be so happy with this one, with this topic. I have to find it. There we go. So, are you cat people or dog people? Here's my question. Are you cat people or are you dog people? Have you ever wished that you could communicate with your cat? Have you ever wished that you could just listen to your cat and just that the cat would speak in human tongue, just like on it said that on Christmas, animals speak in human tongue? Okay, great, Rain. So, did you know that cats do not meow to other cats? Did you know that meowing is a thing that cats, grown-up cats, exclusively do to humans? Cats meow to communicate specifically with humans. And did you know that we are on the brink of cat world? Do you know that movie Planet of the Apes, where some shenanigans happen and apes evolve and become the dominant species on the planet? Well, we're about to enter the planet of the cats. Okay? Let's go. The future is here. future is here, and I'm about to guide you through it. This is the most important political topic that we're gonna talk about today. No other streamer is talking about this topic, so prepare yourselves, okay? I'm the only political streamer that talks about stuff like this. Behold. Behold. Ukrainian startup Kotia designed a cat collar utilizing artificial intelligence to translate the sounds produced by the cat into a language understandable by humans. What? Whoa! That is incredible! This innovative color collects sound data, employs AI analysis, and presents the interpreted results. Serious politics. Whoa! Gosh darn! If that goes through, we're gonna be able to talk to our kitties. I mean, we're gonna be able to understand them, but the thing actually didn't say that. The thing actually didn't say if the thing would interpret our speech to cat meows back. Okay, hate the AI powered gadget so much. Wow, we have a skeptic here. We have a party pooper. Party pooper, you're not super, because I don't actually know the actual rhyme. Party pooper, no cake for you. Come on, don't be like this. This is amazing. We're gonna be able to talk with cats. And then, slowly but surely, the cats will take over. We don't have a video in action. You're just gonna have to imagine it. I'm not sure if there's a working thing yet. But keep faith, and soon, very, very soon, we will be able to speak with our cats. And that will be a glorious day. It'll be an amazing day, won't it? That's why I decided to dedicate an entire segment to it. AI speaking cats. Amazing. Finally, Tom from Tom and Jerry, because Tom from Tom and Jerry was mentioned, Tom will be able to do more than just laugh, scream, and whatever. Okay? Tom will be able to speak. I mean, he did speak in that one crappy movie, but that one doesn't count. Tom did speak in that one horrible Tom and Jerry movie, but that's not canon. That doesn't. We do not talk about the horrible Tom and Jerry movie. We don't actually acknowledge its existence. That's not a thing. It's not a thing we recognize. So yeah, if you've enjoyed this admittedly short segment, press like, subscribe, hit the bell, donate money, lots of money, and, send hugs and prepare for the future when you'll be speaking to your cat The future is here. Wow. Damn. Damn. Incredible. Incredible stuff. But now, we're gonna go to something else. We are going to go to something else. Alright. We have a few other topics. Yesterday was the Holocaust Remembrance Day, so remember that we are remembering. I've talked about the Holocaust at length on many occasions. Oof. That is interesting. President Sunday 1 hour ago tweeted. Okay, now let's not get boggled down by tweets. I've got a topic. When I was like 5 year old, I thought that that in cartoons like Tom and Jerry characters don't talk because kids who can't talk, listen, could watch cartoons too. I mean, I guess I suppose there's some logic to it. Yeah. I mean, that is not an implausible theory actually. That would make sense. That if you don't really have speaking and you just have like visual humor, then I guess little kids would and could watch it and understand it, right? So that's pretty plausible actually as an explanation. I want to read to you a few things for this important occasion. President Biden. Oh gosh, did I not like it? I was so sure that I liked it. Okay. So we have a statement of the chief rabbi of Ukraine. We're gonna watch that. It's of course on the Holocaust Remembrance Day. How many of those books have you read? Not nearly enough. Not nearly enough. But I'm working on it. I'm working on it. Right now I'm basically reading 8 books. No, that's a lie. I'm actually reading 9 books right now because how old are you? Try to guess. Try to guess how old I am. Try to give me a number. Guess. How old am I? You shouldn't ask a lady that. You shouldn't ask a trans lady that. But try to guess. 18. Damn. 18. Alright. Any other guesses? Never ask a woman her age. True. But you can guess. Okay, we're gonna watch this. Because this is a nice thing for the Remembrance Day. A statement from the chief rabbi of Ukraine, Moshe Azman. Who's the anime girl in your about page? Me! That's me. That's me. That's a representation of me. And of my art skills because I drew it myself. I'm an artist. Commissions open, by the way. Just so you know. I have to replace the art. I feel I can do better. Okay, we're gonna watch the statement by the chief rabbi of Ukraine. We're gonna watch a statement by the chief rabbi of Ukraine. because of the occasion.
Today is International Day of remembering of Holocaust victims. 6 million Jewish people was killed by Nazis, Germans during the World War II.
3 million were killed in Poland.
I came here to Babi Yar in Kiev, this holy place. Here, about more than 100,000 Jewish people was killed by German Nazis, and they helped us during World War II. And I came here, and from here, 2 years ago, I called. This day, I called to the worldwide leaders to stop war. It was before 1 month before that Russia started war against Ukraine, and we see what happened in Ukraine, a terrible war. I would like here today to call the worldwide leaders, please stand with Ukraine, help Ukraine to win, to stop this war. And we know in Israel, October 7 this year, the Hamas evil, they tried to do new Holocaust with Jewish people, and we see
Well, that's a bit of an overstatement. That Hamas could even try to attempt to do that.
what happened now. And I call to all good people in the world and the worldwide leaders, please stand with Israel, with Ukraine, and we'll win. The God will send Mashiach, and will stop war, and will only peace, and people will love each other, and Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom. I don't like the rhetoric of Hamas try to do a new Holocaust. I think it is, I don't know, it feels like a disservice to the memory of the Holocaust itself to say that Hamas actually tried to commit a new Holocaust. But, you know, that's my perspective. But there is another statement by Volodymyr Zelensky on that wonderful day. We're gonna read that as well. Today, the world commemorates the millions of Holocaust victims, the Nazi crime that will never be forgotten. The man-made disaster that claimed the lives of millions of innocent people. 6 million Jews were killed. Every new generation must learn the truth about the Holocaust. Human life must remain the highest value for all nations in the world. It is also important to remember the heroism of those who, despite not knowing whether good would triumph over evil, kept goodness in their hearts and saved other people's lives. Unfortunately, we do not know all such salvation stories. Many names of the righteous and saviors remain unknown, but every known name must be preserved indefinitely so that humanity always remembers that even in the darkest of times it is worth believing and helping the light to triumph. Eternal memory to all Holocaust victims. Which of course is a great sentiment. I talk about the Holocaust a lot on this channel. I create many videos dedicated to the Holocaust, to the Warsaw Ghetto, to the legacy of the ghetto, to how much Poland itself has changed after the Holocaust, how Warsaw as a city has never been the same ever since the annihilation. In Polish, we use a Polish term for the Holocaust. It's called zagłada, which translates to the annihilation in English. And in Polish, often instead of the Holocaust, the word zagłada is used to sort of speak about the genocide committed against Jewish people. I think there are many aspects to the Holocaust that the English-speaking world is not quite familiar with. Many aspects to the Holocaust that are not directly related to the death camps and the gas chambers, the tragedy of the ghetto, the mass shootings, mass executions to mass graves, and many other forms of this genocide took form. And I think we will continue to shedding more light on this channel on how this process was perpetuated. And we will also be talking about how the Holocaust was a prime example of the framework, the ethical framework at which genociders, people perpetuating genocide, operate. Because it is important to remember that people that perpetuate genocide actually, at the end of the day, see themselves as moral actors. They see themselves as people, as shocking as it might sound, they see themselves as people who are performing a moral good for the sake of creating a better world that can only be achieved without the existence of the group being targeted for destruction. And that is a very important distincting, that is a really big and important point of distinction between a genocide, for example, and a mass killing. Okay? This ethical framework that people enacting genocide operate under. We will probably be discussing this tomorrow during our discussion slash possibly debate. So yeah, I guess that's it when it comes to this. That's basically it. We have exhausted this little topic. And now we shall move on to the next. There's so much to talk about when it comes to genocide, what drives genocide, what differentiates it from different types of crimes. There's a very famous speech, Nazi speech, that illustrates sort of the genocidal thought process. And I will probably, in one of the future streams, want to go through that speech and sort of break down the thought process behind it. And it's a really recently unearthed speech as well, so it's a pretty new development when it comes to historiography of the Holocaust. But that all can wait till next time. For now, we're going to cover one more topic. Today it might be a bit shorter because it's like a weekend stream. There we go. Oof. Uh-oh. Okay, we're gonna... Oh boy. I'm worried about this news. Oh boy. Oof. Ay ay ay. Have you ever played Metal Gear Solid? In particular, have you ever played Metal Gear Solid 2? How many of you have played Metal Gear Solid 2 and remember what one of the main premises of Metal Gear Solid 2 was? Well, it was a big part of the game. So the protagonist, Raiden, played through the adventures of Solid Snake from Metal Gear Solid 1 in a VR setting. That was a really big thing, that Raiden, the protagonist of the game, trained himself in VR and felt very confident about his capabilities because of his VR training, and Solid Snake sort of scolded him on that and said that VR training will never be the same as the real experience, and that you can train in a computer simulation environment, but it will never be the same as the real thing. That was basically the gist of it, like this real experience training and real experience sort of action versus recreating the action and experience in a VR environment and training soldiers in order to sort of recreate the same sort of thing in a virtual setting, right? You remember that aspect of Metal Gear Solid 2, right? Basically, training in a virtual world will not replace real life experience. And I think the Metal Gear Solid comparison is also on point on my part, because a very big part of Metal Gear Solid is the whole series, basically. Nuclear weapons, the danger of nuclear war. Metal Gear, besides being a pretty cool mech, is basically a mobile nuclear launcher, right? That was the whole premise. That was the biggest danger of Metal Gear. There was like a mobile and plus, I believe, undetectable nuclear launching device. That was the bigger threat to Metal Gear than the fact that it was a big, cool robot. Right? So, I've got amazing news for you. We've got news about virtual reality, a simulated reality, and nuclear weapons. 2 in 1. Isn't that great? No, not nuclear. Nuclear. You're not gonna make me pronounce it nuclear. Come on. Sheesh. I'm not pronouncing it nuclear. So, I don't know what to think about this news, but okay, actually this simulation, I'm not sure if it's going to be virtual, but it's going to be a simulation. I stand corrected. I read simulation and I assumed it was virtual, but I guess it's going to I'm not sure what sort of simulation it's going to be, but let's see. Business Insider article. Russia says its scientists created a new nuclear blast simulator with flash and mushroom cloud effects to train soldiers. I'm not sure how I feel about these news. Even though we've started this segment from a nice Metal Gear reference. Russian scientists built a new simulator to train soldiers for nuclear explosions, state media says. The simulator is said to be used in military exercises to prepare troops for post-blast missions. That is true. Putin is a transphobe. Thank you for the 100 bits. Amid heightened tensions between Russia and the West, Putin has often rattled the nuclear saber. Russian scientists have created a new simulator to train Moscow's troops on how to operate in the event of a nuclear explosion, a state media report said this week. The simulator, which was patented by scientists at the General A.V. Krylev Military Academy of Logistics, is set to be used in military exercises to prepare Russian ground forces for post-explosion combat missions, the state-run TASS news agency reported on Tuesday. That's a new... I'm not sure I've heard... I'm not sure I've ever heard this as part of deterrence strategy when it comes to nuclear strategy. I've never heard about this deterrence method. Oh, we're now training our troops on how to deal with post-nuclear blast conditions. I'm not sure what effect this is supposed to create, deterrence-wise. Like, is this supposed to instill in the minds of Russian opponents, like, look guys, we're really serious about this whole thing. We are really serious about using the nukes. Look, we're even training our troops for the post-blast thing. Like, is this what it's supposed to be? like super nuclear deterrence, nuclear deterrence on steroids. Will like now you better back off because we're now training our soldiers for what happens after the nuclear blast. I hope they fix your tooth, dear. Keep the good takes coming. Thank you. Thank you very much. I do have to fix my tooth. That's true. It's still a bit chipped. But thank you. Thank you very much. So I don't know. That's very strange. That is a very strange deterrence method, but maybe there's a logic to this madness. World's biggest flashbang. State media said the simulator would also instruct chemical, biological, and radiation reconnaissance teams on how to find the epicenter and determine the characteristics of a blast. So that's... Wait. So this is... I'm not even sure what the point of this is. I'm not... Like, this basically says we're training... If this training is supposed to train soldiers to find the epicenter and determine the characteristics of a blast, then this is training for soldiers preparing for Russia to be struck by a nuke, which would only make me think that Russia is posturing that it's preparing for a second strike. That Russia is saying, we are prepared to do a first strike, and we are preparing for a second strike, and we'll be ready. So we're not afraid to do the first strike. That's the only logical conclusion that I can think of. That is literally the only thing that I can think of with this. That the logic is, we're not afraid to do a first strike on you because we're actually getting ready to, I don't know, we're getting our troops prepared in case there's a second strike response from you. We'll be ready. We can handle it. That's the only thing that I can think of with this whole training thing. What do you think? Which is pretty weak, weirdly enough. That is so baffling. It's like Russia has abandoned any semblance of, we have such a nuclear advantage over you that you should not even try to strike us. No, now it's, even if you strike us back, we'll have our troops trained for the occasion. I'm trying to find some logic in here, and that is the only logic that I can come up with. That's the, like, otherwise I wouldn't even know what to say about this, like, besides oh, they actually write what the purpose is. Let's read. Well, don't keep me in suspense. I already basically said what I think the logic behind this is, but also thank you for the 100 bits. Goon Guy Sink. Madman theory. If they were actually training for a nuclear war, they'd be wearing a gas mask. I mean, you don't know if they don't. Okay, the purpose of the model is to simulate what a nuclear strike looks like. The shock effect, flash I mean, that's obvious. That's that's not describing the purpose. That's describing what the exercise will look like. The shock effect, flash of light, mushroom cloud of a ground-based nuclear explosion. The description of the simulator's patent says according to that. That's not the purpose of the model. That is the description of the model. I want to hear the purpose of this exercise, not what the exercise is. Oh, those are channel points. That's disappointing. Whatever. See, I've been off Twitch for so long that I'm so used to not using Twitch that I don't even know. I don't even know anymore what's bits, what's points. I don't even distinguish those anymore. I've been off Twitch for so long. I don't even know anymore. 100 bits is just $1 though. Okay. So that's not the purpose of the model. Russia's previous nuclear explosion simulator is no longer produced. Russian media said, and other simulators have been kept in storage, are either no longer functional or not permitted to be used anymore. It's unclear whether the new nuclear explosion simulator system is ready to go. Well, there's a video on this. Russian nuclear missile rolls along Red Square during the military parade marking the 75th anniversary of Nazi defeat on June 24, 2020 in Moscow, Russia. Moscow has the largest arsenal of nuclear weapons in the world, with nearly 5,900 warheads, according to a tally by the International Campaign to Abolish Nuclear Weapons. The next biggest stockpile belongs to the US, which has a little over 5,200 warheads. The US is working towards upgrading its silo-based intercontinental ballistic missiles, building new bombers, and developing ballistic missile submarines. So the famous nuclear triad, ISBMs and LSBMs, yeah, ISBMs and LSBMs, ICBMs and LSBMs. In October, the Pentagon announced that it would pursue a new variant on the B-61 nuclear gravity bomb on air-launched weapon to be designated the B-6113, pending approval from lawmakers. And there's, of course, planes to finish the triad of nuclear triad. Today's announcement is reflective of a changing security environment and growing threats from potential adversaries. John Plum, the Assistant Secretary of Defense for Space Policy, said at the time, adding, "The United States has a responsibility to continue to assess and field the capabilities we need to credibly deter and, if necessary, respond to strategic attacks and assure our allies." So it is a form of deterrence, the whole training thing. It is supposed to be a form of deterrence. It is part of deterrence policy, I guess. US rivals are also advancing their nuclear capabilities. In the fall, Russia deployed a new ICBM that the Russian leaders once said would make the country's enemies think twice. There you go. The TASS report comes amid heightened tension stemming from Russia's war against Ukraine, and just one day after the International Institute for Strategic Studies think tank published an assessment on Russia's arsenal of non-strategic nuclear weapons, on tactical nuclear weapons, and the scenarios in which these weapons might be used. The IISS assessment, which was founded by the Russia Strategic Initiative of US European Command, said that Russian President Vladimir Putin viewed non-strategic nuclear weapons as a tool that could be used to coerce adversaries, mitigate escalation or a conflict, and prevent outside intervention and control the terms of wartime negotiations. I mean, that is basically true. Like the biggest deterrent from intervention, direct intervention in the Ukraine war is basically the threat of nuclear escalation. That is basically true. So in that sense, the deterrence from interference is working. Tactical nuclear weapons have arisen as a point of debate and discussion during the fighting in Ukraine. The recent IASS assessment suggested that amid Russia's war in Ukraine, Moscow had viewed its nuclear arsenal as an asset to increase its coercive power against NATO and likely discount the US stockpile as a significant threat. The Russian perception of the lack of credible Western will to use nuclear weapons or to accept casualties in conflict further reinforces Russia's aggressive NSNW thought and doctrine, the IISS report said. Throughout the war in Ukraine, senior Russian officials, including Putin himself, have drawn criticism for their commentary related to the use of nuclear weapons. In the early days of the full-scale invasion, for example, Putin placed his nuclear deterrent forces on high alert after receiving a slew of international sanctions. Several weeks later, a Kremlin spokesperson said Moscow would use nuclear weapons if it felt like it faced an existential threat. At the time, the top UN official said that nuclear war was back within the realm of possibility. So basically, nuclear deterrence policy becomes really, really relevant once again. I mean, I don't think it ever became irrelevant, but Western leaders, including NATO Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg, have pushed back against Russia's provocative remarks and accused the country of nuclear saber rattling. In one alarming move last summer, Putin moved tactical nuclear weapons from Russia to Belarus, one of the few states that have remained aligned with Moscow. The Russian leader described the escalatory move as a preventative measure against a strategic defeat in Ukraine. Also, this has been used as an argument against a potential Polish attack on Belarus, by the way. This has also been used as a deterrent from a potential conventional invasion of Poland, which I'm not even sure if Poland ever considered this as a thing, invading Belarus. Despite moves like these, some observers have questioned whether Putin would use such weapons. It's unclear, but they escalate tensions all the same. I mean, that's the game, isn't it? That is the whole game. How far can you push? How far can you sort of signal at being ready to use nuclear weapons while actually avoiding to use nuclear weapons, because that is like the absolute final solution. That is like the worst possible scenario. And nuclear powers sort of understand this. But then that is why also such threats should be used fairly smartly and carefully, because when your bluff is called and the sort of enemy sees that you're not willing to go through with your threats, then suddenly your threats become sort of weak, you know? So that is sort of also not something you like a country should do, just as described here, saber rattle about using a nuclear weapon and then sort of, you know, an empty threat. We'll see. We'll see. What's the video? So, I guess I would say that the training is part of Russia's deterrence policy, right? Very funny, Kitini. Very funny. But I do have more articles on this. We're gonna take a look at a few more and then we're gonna Eurasian let's see if there's something new. I guess the Daily Express. We're gonna take a look at this before we move on. And by move on, I mean finish stream. Okay. Close. Oh. Whatever. Vladimir Putin poised to simulate nuclear war with new technology ahead of military drills. Russian researchers are believed to have developed a new method to mimic an incoming atomic bomb amid the growing threat of Ukraine war spillover. So that's basically preparing for a second strike. If it's preparing for an incoming bomb. Is that preparation for a second strike towards Russia? Vladimir Putin is gearing up to use his new tech to intimidate nuclear war, according to multiple reports. Key insiders have claimed that the Russia's president has developed a unique way to simulate an atomic bomb attack and is expected to carry out numerous military drills amid warnings of escalating aggression in Ukraine. St. Petersburg Krylev Military Academy say experts is playing a major role in developing this technology, which can mimic the infamous mushroom cloud seen in a nuclear explosion. A recent report by state news agency ITIR_TISS states the purpose of the model is to simulate what a nuclear strike looks like. The shock effect, flash of light, and the mushroom cloud of a ground-based nuclear explosion. The Moscow Times reported that the innovative creation will be applied to train radiation, chemical, and biological intelligence units to determine the parameters of the epicenter of a nuclear explosions. Russia's nuclear arsenal. The International Institute for Strategic Studies has expressed concerns about the risk of nuclear war. The institute says Russia might be ready to use smaller nuclear weapons, sparking concern among Western countries. In their assessment of the risks, they said, a particularly troubling trend from a Western perspective is Russia's belief in its ability to achieve and maintain dominance in an escalating environment and to compensate for losses of personnel and equipment to a degree unimaginable to the West. They cited Russia's repeated threats of deploying nuclear weapons against the US and NATO during the Ukraine war as a factor of concern. The report continued, the more that can be understood of Russian doctrine and military thought related to NSNW, the more likely it is that deterrence with Russia can be maintained. And of course, we have the usual suspects. Russian pundits toying with plotting nuclear strike on Kyiv.
Реально готовится.
An offensive is genuinely being prepared.
Наступление, а может быть
Perhaps not one, perhaps two.
не одно, может быть два,
Or perhaps some kind of raid to seize somewhere like Shebekino or Valuiki.
а может быть
Of course, the things that Russian pundits say needs to be taken with a grain of salt because Russian pundits on TV have said all sorts of outlandish things.
какой-нибудь рейд с захватом условного Шебекина или условных Валуек.
They, Ukraine, need, and the West also
Им
needs,
сейчас надо, и Западу это надо,
to carry out as prestigious a strike as possible on Russia.
нанести как можно больше престижный удар по России.
We're forgetting one of the West's main aims regarding Russia now.
Мы же забываем, одна из главных целей Запада сейчас с Россией не просто
Not just to weaken, but to change the regime,
ее ослабить, а сменить режим.
to remove Putin, Russia, the perpetual victim. Oh, the perpetual victim that is Russia. Oh, that is so tragic.
Брать Путина. Это
That's one of the main objectives.
одна из главных задач.
I mean, it's a pretty good objective at this point, I would say. And they think that with such
И
action,
они считают, что с такими акциями
Просто в случае
it's just that in the event of Shebekino and Valuiki, God forbid,
Шебекина и Валуек, не дай бог,
without hesitation, a nuclear missile strike on Kyiv, no?
без раздумий, ракетно-ядерный по Киеву, разве нет?
All the time we're hesitating, and now
у нас все время раздумья, и сегодня
Ну, может,
maybe it's time we stopped hesitating.
хватит раздумывать?
хватит.
Yes, it's time. If we're already talking in all seriousness about Shebekino and Valuiki,
Если мы уже на полном серьезе говорим про Шебекина,
Mr. Korochenko put it very well in the break.
Господин
Про Валуйку?
Короченко очень хорошо сказал в перерыве. Дайте
Provide the opportunity to strike decision-making centers.
возможность нанести удар по центрам решений. В чем дело?
What's the issue? What problems are there?
Какие
Если бы вы
проблемы?
If we'd given Korotchenko the opportunity,
дали Коротченко, мы бы уже
we'd have destroyed London several times over a long time ago. Okay, that's just ridiculous. Like, attacking London, which is also, I would remind you, a nuclear power, would be basically... I would be... Okay, that's... Yeah. Yeah, I expected something like this from Russian television.
давно несколько раз
да.
Лондон уничтожили.
Yeah, sure, of course. What did I even expect? Good luck. Yeah, okay, amazing.
Уволили в отставку.
And then Washington 5 times over. Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah. Oh yeah. That is, come on. You know where that would end. Like, the US has been preparing for such, I don't know. Good luck.
А потом
но мы бы
распять
ему
And then,
помогали
Вашингтон.
isn't that right, Igor Yurievich?
Правильно, Игорь?
Yeah, good luck attacking Washington. Good luck. Good luck weathering the storm of the second strike that will be coming your way.
обязательно.
I'm just working on the basis of the official statements.
Просто исхожу из тех официальных заявлений,
Which have been made by our officials. This feels like such cope. Like, we could just destroy everybody if we wanted to. Like, if we didn't hesitate as much, we could have just annihilated everybody at this point.
которые делались нашими официальными должностными лицами.
Не
Saying that we're prepared to deliver a strike on decision-making centers. That is the weirdest type of deterrence I've ever seen. You better watch out, because we could annihilate you 5, 10 times over.
О том,
Однократно
что мы
делалось.
готовы нанести удар по центрам принятия решений.
So we're going to paradise, and
Сказать
they'll just croak.
в рай.
Если не
А они просто
наносим,
сдохнут.
If we're not striking them, probably shouldn't say that. If we're not striking them, then we probably shouldn't say that we will. I mean, that would be pretty weak, wouldn't it? That would be pretty weak. Yeah, that would weaken the whole thing. I agree. It would make the whole threat a little bit,
если не
I don't know.
наносим, ну тогда, наверное, не надо говорить.
Это
А если
But if we've said we will, then we should do it.
сказали, то надо делать.
The Russian pundits are some of the biggest lunatics out there. So there we have it. There we have it. New training, new deterrence, new nuclear escalation. So if you've enjoyed this little bit of news, you know what to do. Like, subscribe, hit the bell, join the page, subscribe, do all the things that are usually expected. And what else can I say? That's it. That's it for today. We've had a lot of fun. We've streamed for 5 hours, which is a treat. Tomorrow we'll be streaming some more. Tomorrow we have a discussion on genocide and more. So come back tomorrow for this stream. I'm gonna write the usual mantra: love and solidarity. Oh, we love our non-binary siblings. Evidence that I actually typed this whole thing out. The fact that it ate the E. See you tomorrow, hopefully. Hope my glasses won't die till tomorrow.